Good evening to everyone and welcome to our board meeting for our Weldon City School Board of Education. It is now 7 p.m. and I officially call this meeting to order. At this time, we will prepare to hear our mission statement. And rather than all of us reading it tonight, just to make sure that we can hear our mission statement, I have asked board member Ms. Tiffany Hale if she would read our mission statement for our meeting tonight. Ms. Hale.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
The mission of the Weldon City School District is to create and maintain a highly effective educational system in which every student receives the highest quality education. School employees and parents work together to prepare students to become caring, competent, and responsible citizens who value education as a lifelong process.
All right. Thank you so much, Ms. Hale, for sharing our mission statement on tonight. Fellow board members, we have our agenda before us tonight. And at this time, I would ask that you would take a minute to review our agenda that we may approve it. As we look at our agenda, we do need to add a closed session to our agenda for tonight. And I'm going to ask that we would change our number and make number 10 closed session and number 11 approval of closed session recommendations, and then number 12 would be board comments, and number 13 would be our adjournment.
I make a motion to approve the agenda with the necessary amendment.
Second.
All right, it has been motioned by Ms. Hale and seconded by Ms. Donna Harrison that we approve tonight's agenda with the addition that has been made to our agenda. You've heard that motion. Is there any further discussion or unreadiness? Hearing none, all in favor, let it be known by your voice vote. O.D. Sykes, aye. Ms. Bird Robinson?
Aye.
Mr. Williams?
Yes.
Ms. K. Robinson?
Aye.
Mrs. Harrison?
Yes.
Ms. Hale?
Aye.
Thank you so much. Let the record reflect unanimous approval of the 6 board members that are present for our meeting on tonight. At this time, you see on our agenda approval of minutes. And is there any information that we need to share as far as that is concerned? Board members, have you received your minutes?
I have one thing that I would like to mention in the minutes.
Yes.
For the last meeting that we had held on December 16th, is noted that I was absent or not present, and I was there for both open and closed session.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Hale.
Mr. Chair, Kimberly Robinson, I move that we table the minutes for further perusal of them to make additional corrections.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, has been moved by Ms. K. Robinson and seconded by Ms. Bird Robinson that we table our minutes for further corrections or further comments or whatever it is that needs to be done with the minutes. You've heard that motion. Is there any further discussion on readiness? All in favor of that motion, would you let it be known by your voice vote? Ms. Hale,
Aye.
Ms. K. Robinson,
Aye.
Ms. Harrison,
Yes.
Mr. Williams,
Yes.
Ms. Bird Robinson,
Aye.
and O.D. Sykes, aye. Let the record reflect unanimous approval of the 6 board members present for our meeting tonight. We will table those minutes from our open session, and we will get those at a later date. All right, at this time, let us prepare to hear from the North Carolina School Board Association concerning superintendent search. And we do have on our board meeting tonight, Ms. Nancy Black, that works with Mr. Jim O'Rourke and the North Carolina School Board Association. And she has a brief presentation to share with us tonight concerning our superintendent search, or the possibility of our superintendent search. So we are glad to have Ms. Black with us tonight, delighted that she is with us. She's a friend to Weldon City Schools District and our board. And so we're going to ask at this time if Ms. Black will share her presentation with us concerning superintendent search. Ms. Black.
Thank you, Reverend Sykes, and good evening, everyone, all the board members. It's good to be with you.
Good evening.
Good evening. The first thing I was thinking we need to do is decide that you do want to do a search. Now that you've worked hard to get an interim, you need to make that decision. And the way to do that this evening is for the board to approve the consulting agreement. I believe the board has had a chance to see, but I'm here to answer any questions or whatever you need with regard to that. So that's the first item on my agenda in my presentation, is the consulting agreement.
All right, board members, do you have any? We did receive the agreement between Weldon City School District and the North Carolina School Board Association, which we are a member of, concerning the consulting agreement for our superintendent search. Board members, do we have any questions with that? And for clarity, just want to say we did have some negotiation with them. So we did receive approximately a 10% decrease, I'll say, in what it would cost. So the initial agreement would be $19,500. And I'm saying that plus the, extra things, that's if we would, want them or need them in that respect, the travel for them to come here, things of that nature, just like it was before. Just wanted to put that out there. So we would be sharing that upfront and being very transparent with our stakeholders. Board members, any questions? All right. If we don't have any questions, Ms. Black, do you want to share the documents, or maybe I should refer to Attorney Ramey? Do we need to entertain a motion to accept this agreement, and then she can continue to share with the initial documents? That's what we need to do.
Yes,
correct?
sir. The first step would be to determine if you wish to formally approve that agreement. If so, Ms. Black will have some other questions to get the process rolling for you.
Got it. Thank you so much. All right. Board members, what is your pleasure? We need a motion to move forward or not to move forward.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
Kimberly
K.
Robinson. I move that we move forward with the North Carolina School Board Association to do our search for a superintendent.
Second.
Thank you so much. The motion has been moved by Ms. K. Robinson and seconded by Mrs. Donna Harrison that we enter the consulting agreement for the North Carolina School Board Association to handle our superintendent search. You've heard that motion. Is there any further discussion on readiness? Hearing none, all in favor of that motion, would you let it be known by your voice vote? Mrs. Bird Robinson,
Aye.
Mrs. Harrison,
Yes.
Mr. Williams, Ms. Hale?
Well, mine was yes, Reverend Sykes. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay, Mr. Williams. I was gonna come back to you. Thank you,
Aye.
sir. All right. Ms. Hale?
Aye.
O.D. Sykes, aye, and Ms. K. Robinson.
Aye.
All right, thank you all so much. Let the record reflect unanimous approval of the 6 board members present for our meeting tonight. Thank you, board, so much. So we can begin this process. And Mrs. Black has some additional information to share with us as far as our initial documents are concerned, and she will give clarity to that now. And if my memory served me correct, I'll state them very quickly. The vacancy announcement, advertising, the application, start and end dates. That's just briefly from what I remember, and Ms. Black will give us the full detail. Ms. Black.
Thank you so much for that vote of confidence. I look forward to working with you, as does our whole team. So we are excited to be with you. The 4 things you said are just right, Reverend Sykes. The first thing we need to do, and I'm going to try to share my screen, is take a look at, can you see the timeline? Is it board members? And okay, good. The very first thing we need to decide, one of 4 things, is we need for you to look at these dates. In particular, the application deadline is what I need your approval for. The others are just target dates we have entered in an effort to take into account your regular board meetings and also your spring break, those things. But we can move the others around as we go. But the application deadline, we usually recommend that our boards have an open time for people to apply of 6 to 8 weeks. And this will give you the March 21st date you see there will give you a full 8 weeks to advertise and for folks to go online and apply for the position. So the first thing I need your approval for, board, is this date of March 21st.
All right, board members, after viewing that, how do you feel about the March 21st deadline? Advertisement would begin tomorrow and
Yes, it
conclude
would.
on March the 21st, 2022. Any questions or comments? Hearing none, motion would be in order then that we approve the begin date and the application deadline date to start our advertising on January 21st, 2022, and to close our application process on March the 21st, 2022.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you so much. The motion has been moved by Ms. K. Robinson and seconded by Mrs. Donna Harrison that we approve our open and close dates to receive our applications. I'll say it that way for our superintendent. You've heard the motion. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of that motion, would you let it be known by your voice vote? O.D. Sykes, aye. Ms. Bird Robinson?
Aye.
Mrs. Harrison,
Yes.
Mrs. K. Robinson,
Aye.
Mr. Williams,
Yes.
Ms. Hale.
Aye.
All right, thank you so much. Let the record reflect unanimous approval of the 6 board members present for our open and close dates for our application process for our superintendent search. Thank you, fellow board members, so much.
Reverend Sites, K.A. Robinson.
Yes,
If I may ask a question of, bring something to Mrs. Black attention to that
Sure.
calendar you just showed. Ms.
Sure.
Black, where you had us reviewing applications March 25th through April 7th. Many of us are maybe on a conference in California for
Okay.
the National School Board Association, if COVID allows us to travel.
Okay.
So we're there between, I do believe, the 1st and the 4th, if I'm correct.
Okay,
So those dates may have to be,
right.
mhm.
Thank you. We will work with your schedule on that
Thank you.
and see
Just
what we
wanted to
can.
let you know ahead of time.
No, that is so helpful for planning purposes, for review of the applications. We can play with that a little bit and see where we have to go.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for bringing that up.
Excuse me, Ms.
Thank
Black,
you, Ms. K. Robinson. Go ahead, Ms.
Yes.
Hale.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, go
Also, I'm looking at the screen that you have up right now, and it says Weldon City School System serves approximately 900 students.
Yes, ma'am.
I think that number has changed, so I don't know whether or not it's going to make a difference, but
Well, that's exactly what I wanted you to do. You're ahead of the game, is to look at this and see if anything needs to change. Does anyone have an accurate figure for that I could put in there? Or is 900 pretty close?
No, 700 would be closer.
Okay, so I'll change that to 700 students.
And Ms. Black, if
Yes.
you don't mind, let me just ask, Ms. Dameron, are you still with us?
I am, yes.
All right. I think that is a fair assessment that 700 students is much closer to what we actually have rather than the 900, and that's going to be on the high end, correct?
Exactly, because it is closer to 675.
Okay, so we can say approximately 700, and
Right. Mhm.
and just go ahead on and say we're gonna get at least 25 more students back between
Okay.
now and then. I think saying 700 will be a closer number.
I bet you will. So, this is the vacancy announcement. This is what we're going to post tomorrow to get the process started. And like the first paragraph is about the school system. The second paragraph is about the community. If there's anything in there you want to change, any board member, now's the time to let me know and we'll make the change. We've got a section on who should apply, what's required and what you all are looking for. And it goes on to a second page that at the last paragraph, we'll talk about applying, how to apply for the position. Of course, we're going to have it online like we did last time. So interested candidates can go and fill out their application that we're going to review next and do it there. If there's anyone that approaches any board members or anyone else, please have them call Mr. O'Rourke or myself, and we will make sure they know the process and what to expect and get them all situated. So that's the way to handle that sort of thing. At the bottom, we have links to some helpful sites that give more information about your area. So that is the vacancy announcement, and I just need you to approve it or to let me know if anything needs to change, and then we can approve that.
Board members, to expedite this, we've already made one note one change, 700 students. Does anybody see anything else that could possibly need to be changed?
We will be adding the applications are due by March 21st into the blank, so it won't be blank at the top that you're approving.
All right. And board members, if I read through it, but if we, go back over it tonight, I think we could, just say as a board, if there's something that we find that needs to that is a drastic change that needs to be made, which I didn't see anything. I think we could, Ms. Black, if we could say that you would give us until noon tomorrow before you would actually post this announcement. So if anything that we missed tonight, board, would you all be all right with that?
Yes.
Yes, I'd be all right with that.
All right. So
Works for me.
if we could entertain a motion to approve the announcement with the understanding that we have until noon tomorrow as a board, if we should see anything else in the announcement, to get that to Ms. Black to include. And after 12 noon, the announcement will be gone.
I move that we approve the North Carolina School Board announcement for the Weldon City School Superintendent search.
Second.
Motion has been moved by Ms. K. Robinson and seconded by Ms. Bird Robinson that we approve the announcement for the Weldon City School Superintendent search. You heard that motion. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of that motion, would you let it be known by your voice vote? O.D. Sykes, aye. Mr. Williams?
Yes.
Ms. K. Robinson?
Aye.
Ms. Hale?
Aye.
Mrs. Harrison?
Yes.
And Mrs. Bird Robinson?
Aye.
Let the record reflect unanimous approval of the 6 board members present for our meeting on tonight. Thank you so much. Right?
All right, very good. The next thing I would like to go over with you are the advertising options for the vacancy announcement. We usually recommend, and y'all have in the past, use all the free options and then the American Association of School Administrators. The 60-day option is just $200 more, and you're have the applications open for folks to apply for 60 days. So you might want to think about that one, but it's totally up to y'all whether you want to do AASA at all or 30 or 60 days. The second page of this document shows some others that you can consider, but they do cost. So it's totally up to the board what you choose.
Okay.
Thoughts or
Board-
questions?
Board members, what are your thoughts as far as advertising is concerned? I know the last time we did use the American Association of School Administrators. We did use that one. I don't recall us using the others, but that doesn't mean that we cannot use them.
You did not use the others, but you did do all the free ones, and you did, I believe you did 30 days on the American Association of School Administrators. So I hope that's helpful.
Certainly.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
if I remember correctly, I think we had a plethora of inquiries of eligible client prospective superintendents for that call for them last time. And I think if the board chooses to go the way we did last time with the only paid one as the American Association of School Administrators for the 30 days and the other free sites.
Is that your motion?
Yes.
All right. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Motion has been moved and properly seconded that we would advertise with the American Association of School Administrators for 30 days at a cost of $500. And is this correct, Ms. Black? $559?
$559 is correct.
All right. Thank you for that. You heard the motion that has been properly seconded. Motion by Ms. K. Robinson and seconded by Ms. Bird Robinson. Is that correct?
That is
Ms.
correct.
Bird?
Yes.
All right. Thank you so much. All right. Any further discussion on readiness? Hearing none, all in favor of that motion, would you let it be known by your voice vote? Mrs. Bird Robinson?
Aye.
Mrs. Harrison?
Yes.
Ms. Hale?
Aye.
Mr. Williams?
Yes.
Ms. K. Robinson?
Aye.
And O.D. Sykes, aye. Let the record reflect unanimous approval of advertising at the, what was it? Go back,
At the AAS.
Yes.
For 30 days, and then all the free ones.
That
on the
is
first
correct.
Page. Got it.
I didn't include the free ones because they were free. I was trying to get the motion on the one that costs. All right. That motion passes unanimously by the 6 board members present. Thank you so much.
Excellent. The last thing we need to decide, or you all need to decide tonight, is to take a look at the online application, which I'm sharing now. And this is what will be on Apple Track that the interested persons will go to and fill in. This is just a sample one, so it doesn't have all your information with the school, with the names yet, but we will make sure that is generated. The place I need for you all to think about is the short answer questions on page 9 and the essay questions on page 10. And I guess the question is, do you want to go with those that are highlighted, which are the ones you have previously used? And if not, which ones do you want to go with? Can you see it?
I just enlarged my screen, Ms. Black. If you don't mind, would you read them to us? And I just so you know the community and all can hear the questions that we chose the last time.
Oh, I'd be glad to, very glad to. For the short answer questions, you ask about number 1, instructional leadership, number 2, financial planning, budgeting, and procuring additional funding. Number 3, personal relations and administration. Number 4, goal setting and monitoring student achievement. And number 6, fostering community relations and/or intergovernmental partnerships. And number 7, the last short answer, was the use of instructional technology and other innovative media to improve student performance. And basically, with regard to all of those, the applicant is supposed to briefly describe any significant accomplishments, innovation, and other experiences he or she has had in these areas. So that's the short answer questions that y'all have used. The essays, the candidate is asked to respond to the following questions with specific details and any other relevant evidence. The questions you used before that are highlighted are: how should the board and the superintendent work together to complement and support each other? The next essay question was, what would you do to raise student achievement levels and help close achievement gaps? Then you ask them to write an essay on what personal and/or administrative skills or experiences do you have which you believe make you qualified to be our next superintendent. The final essay question asks, what are the first things you would do to learn about our community and schools?
Mr. Chair, Kimberly Robinson, I have a question.
Yes, go right ahead, Ms. K. Robinson.
Ms. Black, are you saying that we can only have 7 questions for the short answer?
No, you could choose more. You certainly could. I
If it's
mean,
the will of the board, I would like to make sure that number 9 would be added. It's leadership in maintaining safe and school environments. And I just, in the climate that we live in right now, I would like to see if that could be added, if it's the will of the board. And also the number 1 question for the essay questions. Why are you interested in leaving your current position to become superintendent of Weldon City Schools?
Board members, does anyone have any objections with adding number 9 to the short essay?
No. Oh, I'm okay with it.
All right. Anyone else?
I'm good.
All right.
we sure can do that.
All right. If you would make that adjustment, Ms. Black, that would be appreciated. And if we could go back to the second slide very quickly.
There you go. These are the essay questions.
Uh,
Again, the 4 that are highlighted are what you have used before. You don't have to use the same ones, but I thought you would like to know what you had, and that the community would like to know what you had asked before.
If the board is all right with adding this, I would love to see us add number 6 and add number 6 and add something to number 6. Please describe your leadership style. Please describe your leadership style and your personality or your personality type. I think that would be very helpful for our board this time.
I agree.
Agreed.
Mhm. So it would,
Go ahead, Ms. Black.
yeah, I was going to say, you're saying, please describe your leadership style and personality type.
Yes.
Okay.
And I'm looking at it because I thought I saw, no, okay, that was in the essay question I was looking at. Yes, I would love for us to add that. I think that is crucially important for our district this time around.
And we are adding number 1, as Ms. Robinson said, right?
Yeah, so basically we'd be looking at all 6.
All 6 of them. Yes.
Okay. All right. So we're going to have 1 and 6 to the essays. And
And we're gonna
9.
modify number 6 a little bit to add, please describe your leadership style and personality type or something to that respect.
Okay. All right. So we're adding 1 and 6 to the essays. No, I mean, yes, 1 and 6 to the essays and 9 to the short answers. And this would all be in addition to the highlighted as well.
That's my understanding, Ms. Black.
Okay.
Is that not the wish of the board?
Yes.
Okay. Sounds
I heard
good.
1 yes. Any other board member want to chime in? All right. Well, I don't think we need a a motion on that. Do we?
Well, what you need is a motion to approve the application and that includes these choices for the
Okay.
essays and the short answer.
All right, sounds good. We'll entertain a motion for that at this time. And that motion would be to have the short answer questions and the essay questions that have been stated on our application.
Yes.
Is there a motion?
I move that we add the short answer questions and the essay questions that we have discussed to be added to the application for Superintendent of Weldon City Schools.
Second.
Thank you so much. The motion has been moved by Ms. Kay Robinson and seconded by Mrs. Donna Harrison that we approve the stated essay questions and short answer questions to be a part of the superintendent search application for Weldon City Schools. You heard that motion. Is there any unreadiness or further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, would you let it be known by your voice vote? Ms. Hale?
Aye.
Mrs. Harrison?
Yes.
Mrs. Bird Robinson?
Aye.
Mr. Williams?
Yes.
Ms. K. Robinson?
Aye.
And O.D. Sykes, aye. Let the record reflect unanimous approval of the motion to approve said information. All right. Thank you so much. Ms. Black, is it anything else?
No, I believe that's it. Just, I look forward to working with you board members and serving your community in a smooth process.
All right.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes, go right ahead, Ms. Hale.
Ms. Black and board members, is there any way that we can, once we finalize or get down to maybe the last 3 applicants or the top 3, that we need some buy-in from the community and stakeholders as well? I know that it is our job as a board to actually choose the superintendent, but I would like to have a say or hear from the community as well.
The problem with having the finalists appear before the community is oftentimes you will have sitting superintendents or others who are not ready to let their current position, you know, the fact that they're applying for something else. So it will keep people from applying. So you might not get as many candidates. That is something I suppose we could consider later on and you could discuss.
Okay, what about maybe surveys or something to allow the community, parents and stakeholders to have a voice in choosing our next superintendent?
Well, we do have and are going to use all the information you have previously collected and provide that to you with our with your leadership profile for this group. I know, you know, that surveys are a great way to obtain information. We are finding in a lot of systems that folks are survey weary. There's a lot of survey fatigue with all the things that folks have been having to provide input on. But, you know, those are my thoughts about it. We'll do whatever the board would like to. Happy to hear other thoughts.
Well, I think with as recent as it has been that we actually went through the survey process, personally, I feel like, you know, what we have already received is still pretty much, you know, in line since, you know, it hadn't been too long that we actually had to go through this process. And I think that information that we receive from the community and even our employees within the district, I think we can still rely on that information as being very close to current. I mean, it was last year. It wasn't, you know, well, it was last year, but last school year, you know, as well. But it was in, you know, 2020 that we used that information. So it's really about a year old, the information that you're speaking of, Ms. Black, maybe 13 months at the most. I'm thinking it's probably around a year old.
I'm thinking it might be a little less than a year,
Well, it could be.
but
That's just my personal feeling. But whatever the board wishes to do, as it has been stated, you know, we'll try to make it work. Any other board members?
I totally agree. I'd like to see, even though it has not been that long, but I'd still like to see some more current data from our employees and from our community.
Right. Well, we've heard from 3. So anyone else?
No, I have no thought on that.
All right. All right. Well, with that being said, we'll work towards that, Ms. Black, and we'll be in contact, or, you know, you can reach out to us and we can see what we can do, you know, as far as trying to, as Ms. Hale and Ms. Burt Robinson has said, to see if we can get a little more current data, and we can go forward with that, unless any other board member has comment. All right.
so we don't have the we will need to review the surveys that you all would want to do. I'm hearing from one board member that you want staff information. Is that correct?
I would also like staff information too, because they are, even though they are staff, they're stakeholders as well, because, you know, they provide for our district. So I'm asking for everyone, buy-in from everyone.
Okay. All right. Well, I have not got the survey information ready for tonight, because it was my understanding we were not going to do surveys, but we are happy to work with y'all to do whatever the community needs. All right. Reverend Sykes, I will leave it in your capable hands.
Thank you. That's all?
That's
all you have
everything.
tonight? All right.
Everything.
Okay. Thank you so much, Ms. Black.
Thank you.
I look forward to speaking with you, I guess weekly or every other day as we.
Yes,
as we've done
absolutely.
before.
And any other board members, if you have questions or concerns, please
Certainly.
feel free to give us a call.
All
Okay?
right. Thank you, Ms. Black.
Thank you.
All right. Enjoy your evening. All right. Thank you so much. We're moving on to number 5. Ms. Dameron, we're ready for you, our interim superintendent.
Good evening, Board Chair, Reverend Sykes,
Good
Vice
evening.
Chair, Ms. Tanya Bird Robinson, members of the board. I see my colleagues on the screen, and to parents of the community. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. We realize that there is a lot of concern going on outside. So one of the first things I want to kind of follow up with is the community probably has received a call already. The leadership in the district made the decision that tomorrow will be a virtual instruction day. Now, I want to just say a brief minute of why Weldon City Schools made that decision. The Department of Public Instruction requires schools to be in attendance either 185 days or 1,025 hours. And Weldon City Schools is under the guidance with the 1,025 hours. When we got the information that there was potential bad weather today, the leadership team came together and we looked at one of the first things was, where were we with our instructional days? And at this current time, we don't have as large of a cushion with our instructional hours as we would like. The leadership felt that this is the first winter storm that we are experiencing. And so we did not want to lose a day of instruction that we would have to make up to make sure that we were within the hours that we needed to have. So the leadership has made the decision that tomorrow will be a virtual instruction day. Now, parents, before you get concerned, and students and teachers as well, we understand that we needed to be flexible. We don't know exactly what the weather is going to bring to us tonight, but the teachers have been asked to put their lessons or assignments in their Google Classrooms. Now, that's not new to our students. We use Google Classroom frequently, so that's not a new tool. They will put their lessons in Google Classroom tomorrow, and students will have from tomorrow until Sunday at 3 o'clock to submit those assignments to be counted present for the day and teachers present for the day, because they would have inserted their assignments in their Google Classroom. So hopefully, if there is power outage sometimes tonight or tomorrow, between now and Sunday at 3 o'clock, all of our students will have an opportunity to complete those assignments, and tomorrow will count as an instructional day for the students in Weldon City Schools. So parents, we ask that you work with us. We're kind of looking down the road, don't know what we're going to have, but we did not want to lose this day that we have before us, particularly now that we have lots of technology and we're one-to-one and students have access to that. Now, the principals are aware of this as well. They have assured me that teachers have a way of communicating with their students. So if it's not through the phone call that Mrs. Terry Austin has, the teachers will be reaching out to those students to make sure that they understand the assignments have been placed in Google Classroom and they have from now until Sunday for 3 o'clock to complete them. The next thing I want to do is kind of exciting. January is School Board Recognition Month. So we had great plans, school board members, to do a big recognition for you all tonight if we were to be in person, but we'll just kind of delay that. But I will share though, if you all can see on my screen, can you see this very clearly on my screen? No, let's see.
You might need to take the blur background out.
Okay, hold on, Mr. Thomas. I done text Thomas and said I got the worst camera in here. All right, is that better?
Yeah.
Can y'all see this? Each
Yes.
one of you
Oh,
will be
Lord.
receiving one of these name tags that we've had especially made for our school board members. It has your name on it, and I just happen to have Reverend Sykes in my hand. Reverend Dr. O.D. Sykes, School Board, Weldon City Schools. Because we want you to wear this when you go to your school board meetings across the state. And I heard about an out-of-state meeting that you're going to be attending. So we want you all looking sharp in your name tags representing Weldon City Schools.
All right.
Thank you,
Now-
thank you.
And there are two other big surprises that we have for you. And because it would be too big for me to put it on the screen, We're going to save that hopefully to the February board meeting. So we will be celebrating you both in January and in February to let you know we greatly appreciate the support that you give to us as employees. We greatly appreciate the support that you give to us as the students that we work with, and all the support that you give to the community. Just in the discussion about searching for a new superintendent, there was a lot of interest in making sure that the community had a say in that decision. So we want to thank you on behalf of the Central Services staff and the schools, the principals, and the community for all you do for Weldon City Schools. So this celebration, these comments about celebration, even though we're not there, is intended to recognize you as an awesome school board in North Carolina. And we thank you so much for that.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, Ms.
Thank you.
Dameron. Thank
Now,
you,
my
thank you.
last comments, I just want to make mention of a few people that we have with us tonight. I think it was it last board meeting, January, may have been December or November. You approved the recommendation that I brought before you to hire Dr. Wendy Carpenter. She is the executive director for curriculum and instruction, and we are delighted to have Dr. Carpenter with us tonight. Her first day starting on the job will be February 1st. She came in today, picked up her keys in this bad weather. And so, Dr. Carpenter, we want to welcome you to Weldon City Schools, and we will be excited to have you come and join us in our central office. Any comments from you?
Hello, everyone. Good evening. Thank you.
Good evening.
Thank you for the opportunity. I am super excited to serve in that role, and I'm looking forward to personally meeting each one of you and looking forward to serving our students, our teachers, our families, and the Weldon City School community. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Carpenter.
Welcome.
One of the other people I want to introduce you to tonight is Dr. Lakeisha Rice. Dr. Rice was contracted with at the beginning of the year. We are about building better. We are about building the skill set and the knowledge of the people that we have in our district. So Dr. Rice works with our assistant principals, and she works with aspiring school leaders. Teachers were selected to be in this group, and she has a whole agenda that she has been working from both in person and virtual. And they meet with our assistant principals and making sure that hopefully school board members, we are building a pool of administrators that we can select from when we have another principal vacancy in the district. So Dr. Rice will give you an opportunity to say a couple words.
First, Dr. Dameron, can I please have your energy at 7:53 at night? Just pass it through the Zoom, please. I first want to say, and ever since I've known you, you have always been exciting. So that's wonderful. And I want to say thank you for this opportunity. You all have some awesome aspiring leaders, and I think some of them are now in positions as well too. So yes, we have a whole module workup. I feel like when I come to Weldon, it's just being a part of a family. You know, they even got us a Christmas gift. So we're learning together, we're growing together, and everyone that is a part of that cohort, they are absolutely awesome. And I enjoy coming down and working with you all. And we learn actually from each other. So I hope that I'll get to continue this work with you and we can grow that pipeline. But I sincerely appreciate the board and all of you, Dr. Dameron, everyone for your support in this effort. And Educator Consultant, we are on the move and we're enjoying being in Weldon City Schools. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And I would like to recognize one other person tonight, Dr. Shirley Arrington. She is not here, but she is also a consultant that we have in our district, and she works with the current principals. So we have a group for aspiring leaders, and then we have a group of the principals in supporting them. And that support extends to emails, telephone calls, text messages, whatever our leaders need, we want to provide that. So I called them my 4 awesome chargers. And so she is helping to build and strengthen and support them in their roles. So we want to recognize Dr. Shirley Arrington tonight. Reverend Sykes, that is the end of my board report for tonight, and I thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Dameron. We appreciate your leadership. And as it has been said, your enthusiasm and your tenacity. Thank you so much. But I must admit, Dr. Rice and Dr. Carpenter, to both of you, welcome. To you, Dr. Carpenter, welcome to our district. And Dr. Rice, you have been here. But in as much as you have been here, we have not seen you. So we're glad to be able to put a name and a face together tonight for our board meeting. But both of you seem pretty enthusiastic yourselves. And we appreciate that positive energy that you have displayed tonight in coming to Weldon City Schools District. Thank you all both so much for being here with us. We really, really appreciate you taking the time out of your schedules to do so. Let me begin my report tonight by saying that we certainly wish all of our students and employees and stakeholders for the month of January. If you were born in the month of January, we wish you a very, very happy birthday. And we're glad that you are here to see another year of your birth, and hope that you will enjoy your birthday and make it a great day for yourself on the day of your birth, celebrating you being alive and in existence. Also, I want to ask for the thoughts and the prayers of one of our fellow board members, Mrs. Edith Jenkins. She is not here with us tonight. She has death in her family. One of her siblings passed away. So I just ask that you would keep Mrs. Jenkins and her entire family in your thoughts and in your prayers, as her sibling did not live here. They were out of town. So Mrs. Jenkins, of course, is with her family. So please do that. She called and told me it wasn't that she was neglecting board meeting tonight, but she needed to be with her family, and we totally understand that. And so again, I just ask that you would remember her family in your thoughts and in your personal and private prayers. We're looking forward to great and wonderful things in this year of 2022, and definitely within the second half of our school year. And we're certainly glad again to have our new employees to come along and get on this train with us as we ride towards June 30th, and looking forward to ending our year on a positive and a very, very high note. And we just ask the community to continue to work with us. We're doing the best we can with what we have, and we're looking forward to doing better and being better in this year, and certainly in years to come, as we continue to work for our Weldon City Schools District as a whole. Thank you so very much. And I certainly want to say to my fellow board members, you are appreciated. Ms. Dameron said that it was this month to celebrate us. And we are very, very thankful and grateful for the kind gestures that you all have prepared and made towards us, the name tags and whatever else you may have to celebrate board members during this month. We certainly appreciate you, Ms. Dameron, and our entire Weldon City School staff and our students and our stakeholders. Thank you all so very, very much. We're going to move on now to our recognitions. And Ms. Dameron, are you handling that? Ms. Austin?
Yes, it's Miss Terry Austin.
All right. I was looking for her. I was moving my screen. There she is. All right. All right, Mrs. Austin, we're ready.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Respect. Good morning. I'm always share highlights of our students and employees and parents and with the community. Tonight, I bring to you, during our board presentation, our Students of the Month. Special thanks goes out to all of that's a part of this process, from the schools to the parents. We've all worked together in order to see this through. I want to highlight this month with our Students of the Month. Each one of them are currently on our honor roll list. So I thought that was something to kind of highlight. They are indeed our amazing students. From Weldon Elementary Global Academy, we have second grader, Miss Aubrey Manley. Her highlights was her outstanding grades, her leadership, notable consideration towards others. And again, she's on the principal's list. And her parents are Staten Manley and Janetta Taylor. Congratulations to Miss Aubrey Manley. Weldon Middle School, we have Miss Maya Gray, eighth grader with outstanding grades as well, leadership, community involvement service on the principal's list, and her parents are Sergio and Graham and Tierra Garner. For Weldon STEM High School, we have senior Mr. Antonio Caldwell McGee. He's also outstanding grades, leadership, professional development, and he's been a part of the AB Honor Roll. His parents are Joseph McGee and Jacqueline McGee. Last, we have Roanoke Valley Early College, 11th grader, Mr. Zaquavian, 11th grader with his very character, outstanding attitude and disposition, professional development. He's always eager to learn, and also on the AB Honor Roll. Mr. Webb is also the his proud mother is Miss Felicia Davis. Each one of these students will have a treat to a dinner and a movie sponsored by Chick-fil-A and the Roanoke Rapids Theater. Let's all, when we see them in the community, let them know that they were seen on the Board of Education meeting and how proud we are of them as Charger students.
Yes.
Next, we want to talk about that Parent of the Month. Our Parent of the Month, last month, her daughter was a Student of the Month. This month, we have our own nurse, Miss Shakira Gray. She's the parent of 10th grader at Roanoke Valley Early College. Who was also the Student of the Month for December, as stated. Highlights, and she's an outstanding nurse for our district, but she's always willing to help in our school when needed. She provides great ideas and has a heart for serving others. So Mrs. Gray, thank you for being that outstanding Student of the Month.
Parent.
I'm sorry, parent. Thank you, Ms. Gray. Now, our Employee of the Month. This month's Employee of the Month is Mrs. Arquez Artist. Ms. Artist works in our Child Nutrition Department at Weldon STEM High School. She's a team player, always in fulfilling responsibilities. She contributes to the school district above and beyond expectations of her job. She's enthusiastically and supports the mission of Weldon City Schools. Let's all congratulate Ms. Artist. And also, when we return to work, each individual will get their gifts, plaques, and students and parents and employee will get yard signs in their yard. Thanks to our maintenance department, who has partnered with us to ensure that these signs are displayed. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to highlight the students, parents, and Employee of the Month.
Congratulations, everyone.
Congratulations.
Congratulations to our Students of the Month, Employee of the Month, and Parent of the Month. Thank you all for your hard work. Thank you. You were saying something, Mr. Williams? Go ahead.
All that I said was congratulations.
Oh, okay. All right. All right. Yes, we thank all of our special persons for being recognized this month. Thank you, Mrs. Austin, for recognizing our students, our parent, and our Employee of the Month. Thank you so much.
Oh,
all
Brother
right.
Sykes.
Yes, sir.
I would like to say to Miss Austin, I finally saw the honor roll for Weldon City Schools in the paper. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right.
My pleasure.
All right. Moving on to maintenance report.
Mr. Turner is not here tonight, Reverend Sykes, but he's having some heat problems at his home. But I've got his information, so I'll be sharing it for him.
All right. That's what we.
As you all know that we've had bids put out on the HVAC units at Weldon High School, gym building, and the Weldon Elementary. The bids came in and there were only 2 bids that came. And according to Mr. Turner and the bidding process, you have to have at least 3. So what's going to happen next is there's going to be a new bid date set, and it's been already set for February the 1st at 2:00. And after reposting that bid, if no other people bid on these projects, then they can accept one of those 2. But the initial process says if you get 2, then you got to rebid and then to see if you get someone else. So they got 2. It says the bid openings will be at the gym lobby at the Weldon High School at 415 County Road, Weldon, North Carolina. Please do not use front entrance. So the contractor, the general contractor sent this notice out. That's already been notified. And so I guess we'll have some more information to come back to you on that bid process at the February board meeting.
All right. Thank you for that, Ms. Dameron. Any questions from board members?
No.
All right, hearing none. Thank you, Ms. Harris. Hearing none, we're gonna move on with the pre-K building project. Ms. Dameron. You're muted, Ms. Dameron. There
I
you
got
go.
it. So you charged Mr. Turner and myself with looking into what could be done with the pre-K building. So one thing I want to say, I received a call, and you all may be aware of this prior to my coming to Weldon. I got a call from a Miss Regina Bale. I guess you had an offer to buy that building at one point. And she just wanted to get some feedback on it, but I did not go on and say to her that it wasn't for sale or it was for sale. I'm just letting you know that she did call. And then after I give you the other information, then you can let me know what my response needs to be to Miss Bell and returning a call to her.
Right.
Mr. Turner and I got information from 2 different architects to look at that building. One, Mr. Turner actually knew Progressive Design Collaborative, LTD. I think this is a company that is affiliated with the heating and air people that are doing the bids. So they wrote up something, and I just got it today. So that's why you don't have it in your hands, but I will make sure that you all get it. Weldon City Schools Pre-K to Board of Education renovation. It says the existing building is roughly 11,250 square feet and is in need of the following scope of work at a minimum to be used by the Weldon City District Board of Education. Now, he has not done an in detail walkthrough of this building. He's walked through it, but these are all estimates, just looking to see what could be done. He is estimating, and this is PDC, he's estimating asbestos and lead paint survey and possible abatement, new flooring, new ceilings, new paint, ADA grade upgrades for the entire facility, new toilet rooms, new exterior doors and windows, new interior doors and walls when required, new plumbing fixtures and associated piping systems, new water heater, new HVAC throughout the facility, new firearm and security system, new electrical service and panels, new lighting and power throughout, new data system, and new sound system for the meeting room. He says, based on the inflation market, he's currently at this time, he would estimate the work to cost around $150 a square foot, and that would come to $1.4 million to renovate that building. Now, please don't follow your chairs, board members. This is just one estimate from one architect. He says, however, with the limited site visit, because he didn't do a thorough one, and continued pricing pressure, he would budget about $2 million to renovate the pre-K building. Okay, now, I also got a person to come, and this is Oakley Colliers Architect, and they're out of Rocky Mount. They met me at the pre-K building on Monday. I gave them the details that you provided about the vision you had for that building. And she said, I kind of gave her a little ballpark of what kind of monies we thought we had. And she agreed to get me something by the end of the week. So don't see this as final. But I do want to point out to you, if you are familiar with the Oakley Collier Architects, these are the same people that did the design for the manufacturing building at the community college. And I did not know that until she came. So they've done work in Weldon before, or in Halifax County before. And this past yesterday, I had to go to a superintendent's meeting in Williamston. And Martin County has recently opened a building that used to be an old Roses store. And they have turned that into an innovation campus. And I would love to take the board members, all that can, to see that campus as we are looking at how to use the pre-K building, because I think it'll give you good ideas on what could be done. And Oakley Collier also did that project in Martin County. Very innovative. I think you would be impressed. So I'd like to take us on a field trip. The superintendent welcomed us all to come to that building and take a look at it. They're showing it off because it looks good. And there were all regional superintendents there yesterday. So they want us to see what they have. And so that at this earliest convenience, Reverend Sykes and Ms. Tanya Bird Robinson, I'd like to get a group of you, if not all of you, together. And we take a trip to Williamston to take a look at this building. You know what the manufacturing building looks like at a community college. And then when I get these numbers, we'll have two things to kind of look at and see the difference between them. But we are proceeding with your direction of seeing what it will cost to renovate that building so it is in a usable fashion.
All right. Ms. Dameron, thank you so much for that, board members. Are you all up for a field trip?
Yes, I am.
All right. All right. Well, Ms. Dameron, if we can coordinate something, I'll say within the next week or two, if board members, you check your calendar, if Ms. Dameron, if you send us out maybe 2 tentative dates that we could work with, hopefully board members, it'll be something that all of us can go on, or at least the majority of us can go on to actually view Ms. Dameron's report tonight, to view that new building that Oakley Collier, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, that they have renovated, and we can weigh our options. If
Correct.
everybody's good with that.
All right,
Board
thank you.
members,
I will do that.
Y'all, everybody, well, look, myself and Mrs. Harrison, we said we good. What about the rest of y'all?
Yes.
I'm good.
I said yes.
All right.
Hopefully.
Okay, I didn't hear you. I apologize, Ms. K. Robinson, Mr. Williams.
And Mr. Chair, hopefully they can also do something with Andrew Jackson.
Right. Exactly.
Okay, I didn't look at that one though, so I had to go check that one out.
Yeah,
I
that's
didn't take them over there. I just went to the pre-K building.
Right.
Okay.
But that, as Ms. Hale is saying, with that's something that we need to look at as well. And we didn't mention it the last time, Ms. Dameron. You're right. But once we see this place, I think it would be good to bring them back as Ms. Hale said, and looking at possibilities at Andrew Jackson as well. So
Okay.
we can weigh all of that.
So what it sounds like, so you can give me some direction of what I should do, how I should respond to Ms. Bell. I think her letter was dated July the 2nd, 2021, where she made an offer, but she just
Correct.
wanted to know what was the status of her offer.
Mr. Chair.
Robert Sykes,
I don't know who was speaking first, whether it was Mr. Williams or Ms.
Ms.
K. Robinson.
Robinson.
No, Mr. Williams can go first.
No, you go first.
Guys, if my memory is correct, I do believe that we requested that a letter be sent to her, and we had discussed this matter in depth about the pre-K building, and we maybe just want to go back and check our minutes, but I do remember us making a decision on that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I
Right.
will work with Miss Lee and follow up on the board minutes on it too.
Okay. Mr. Williams?
Yes, sir. That was my, said, that's the one that has the, I don't know if they're criminals or criminal backgrounds, something of that effect, high risk people anyway, for that age group. And that's the group that we said we didn't want them that close to the elementary school.
Correct.
And so our answer was, our response was supposed to be that we wouldn't do that.
Mhm.
Both of you, Mr. Williams, you and Ms. K. Robinson, I know that we looked at the tax value, to make sure what she was offering was in line with what it was actually worth with the tax value. And when she finally told us what she was looking to do, I recall the same thing, Mr. Williams. We made the decision, that we didn't want to move forward in that respect, and it was supposed to be communicated. I don't know if it was communicated or not. It sounds to me like if she called and asked Ms. Dameron about that this week, it seemed to me like it wasn't communicated in writing.
Right.
Yes.
And I think what she wants to do is a great cause, because
Right.
it's going to reflect on helping people. I think that's a great thing. I just don't think it needs to be so close to our district.
Correct.
Gotcha.
Reverend Sykes,
Yes.
it was we made that decision at our board retreat on September 25th.
That's correct. That was the date. I knew it was in September. I didn't remember the date, but you're
I
right.
just wanted to say that so Ms. Dameron can know what minutes.
Yes, thank you.
Reverend Sykes,
Yes, Ms.
I
Bird
have a
Robinson.
question for Ms. Dameron. Ms. Dameron, tell me again I know what you said, the Oakley Collier Architect. What was the first one?
The
Did
first
you say
one
PDC or?
is PDC, Progressive Design Collaborative Ltd.
And they're out of where?
They're out of Raleigh, North Carolina, at the top of their paper.
Okay, thank you.
And they are associated with the same people that's doing the bids for the HVAC.
Is that Pat Mechanical?
I'm not familiar with that name.
Okay.
Okay.
Reverend Sykes?
Yes.
If I may, just a brief comment on disposal of surplus property. I think it may be helpful for the board to keep in mind, if you do decide at some point you wish to sell the Sycamore Street property or any other property that you're not currently using, there are statutory requirements as well. Among them, you have to formally declare the property surplus and not needed for public school purposes by adopt a resolution, have to offer it to sale first to the Board of County Commissioners. And then if the commissioners decline to purchase it for fair market value, then you can offer it up for sale. But with a few exceptions, typically there has to be a bid process for that. So I understand the board's not there. I just wanted to let you know, if you do decide to go down that road at some point in the future, Rod or I can help you walk through the process, make sure you follow all the statutory procedures.
Thank you, Attorney Ramey. Appreciate that. Any other questions concerning the pre-K building? Well, I will say this, Ms. Dameron, I think at this time, with what we have said, we're interested in holding on to our property and seeing what we can do as far as renovating it. So board members, unless I'm wrong, I think whatever Ms. Dameron looks at in the minutes, we made it clear during our board retreat in September that we were not interested in selling. And we have further stated that tonight that we're not interested in selling our pre-K property. Did I misinterpret that?
You're right, Reverend Sight. We did say that we didn't want to sell it.
Okay. Anyone else? I just want to be clear tonight, because whatever's in the minutes for September 25th, tonight's meeting will give Ms. Dameron what she needs to communicate with the person that was interested in buying it. And, you know, she can say the board does not wish to sell. Just want to make sure we're giving clear communication to Ms. Dameron how to communicate with this individual that desires to buy the property at Sycamore Street. Any objection to that?
No, but Reverend Sykes.
Yes, sir.
I think we also said or lease. We weren't interested in leasing or selling.
Correct.
Correct.
Yes, sir. You are correct, Mr. Williams. Thank you for that. We need to include that, Ms. Dameron.
Yes, sir.
All right, Ms. Bird Robinson, Ms. Hale, you good with that?
Fine with it.
All right. Ms. Bird Robinson?
Absolutely.
All right. Well, that's all 6 of us have given our comment. So that's clear communication to Ms. Dameron. And you'll take care of that for us, Ms. Dameron, correct? And if you don't mind, when you send that letter, if you would scan that and send all the board members a copy of that letter, so we can make sure we have that for our files, that, you know, that it has been communicated.
Yes, sir, I will.
Thank you so much. All right, moving on to number 3 then, Ms. Dameron.
Number 3 is the deep cleaning of the buildings. You all have said and stressed to me, and I've been stressing it to the principals in the buildings, that the buildings could be cleaner. So I have started a process of getting someone to come and give me a price. Actually, tomorrow morning, I was to meet a gentleman. He was going to come and look at what it would charge to deep clean all 3 of our buildings. And the only reason I'm saying 3 is because we can't go into the community college and clean at the at RV, the kind of cleaning we're talking about doing. So a gentleman is coming. He has a business called Ambitions Cleaning. He is out of Charlotte, but he has businesses in Greenville and Wilson, I believe. He called me this evening and wanted to know if he was still on. I told him no, and he needed to stay where he was because the weather was not going to let him get to me. I haven't committed anything to him except to come and let him walk through the buildings. I did discuss about cleaning bathrooms, power cleaning bathrooms, cleaning carpet, and I met with Mr. Turner, and we made the determination that if the carpet in particular at the high school was beyond cleaning, I was going to recommend that we pull that up and put tile down. But we're going to be going through all of our buildings with Mr. Dixon. His name is Brian Dixon with Ambitions Cleaning, to just walk through and tell me what it would cost us. I've already met with Ms. Campbell. This is something we could do out of capital outlay. So we're going to try to, and then we're going to make sure that our custodial staff can keep it clean and sanitized. Yes. So we're going to, and whatever equipment that he has, it may be some of ours, we're going to make sure that they know how to use our equipment. We're going to find out what kind of chemicals or what kind of cleaning solutions he might be using, or whoever we select if it's not him. Because I told him, I said, now, you just come to give us a quote. So this is a job you wanted. He said to me, Ms. Dameron, that is my job. I said, okay, speak it into existence and we'll see. But I will have something for you, but I want particularly Miss Harrison, I heard you when you talked about the cleanliness of the buildings. I've relayed that message to the principals. Miss Campbell and I are even going to meet with the custodial staff. So once we invest in this deep cleaning of these buildings, we want to keep it up and maintain it. So we're going to follow through on that. And I may have a second person by the time February comes, but we're going to try to have at least 2 people to come together. Miss Campbell actually had a name for me. And we're going to have a second person to give us a quote, and I'll get back to you on what that's going to cost and when it's going to happen.
Thank you, Ms. Dameron.
Thank you.
Awesome.
And Ms. Dameron, I do want to say this, along with what Ms. Harrison stressed in our last meeting. I know that you communicated it because some parents, when they went to the game last night, or it may have been Tuesday night now, they went into the bathrooms and they were talking about, at the high school, at the gym, they were talking about, you know, that the soap dispensers were filled, you know, toilet paper was in there, paper towels, and that the bathrooms were clean. So we do thank you for passing that message along. Somebody heard you.
Good.
And they didn't just hear you, but they did something about it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Ms. Dameron concerning the deep cleaning? All right. Hearing none, we're going to move right on to our finance reports. Ms. Campbell, is she on? I saw her earlier. Did she go? There she is. All right.
Good evening, Board Chair Sykes, Co-Chair Ms. Bird Robinson, other board members, and my colleagues. Want to present our monthly financial statements for the month of December, starting with our Special Fund 8. Our beginning revenues was $273,832.29. Had a total deposit of $12,401.21. Bringing our year-to-date total as of December 31st to $286,233.50. Our beginning expenditure is $325,516.32. Total expenditures for the month of December was $64,108.54, bringing our year-to-date total to $389,624.86. Giving us a net result for the year as of December 31st, 2021 of a negative $103,391.36, bringing our unobligated fund balance to $521,244.04. Current expense. Our beginning revenues is $1,302,099.52. Total deposit for the month was $100,218.05, bringing our year-to-date total as of December 31st to $1,402,317.57. Beginning expenditure is $754,055.53. Total expenditures for the month of December was $166,229.88, bringing our year-to-date total to $920,285.41, giving a net result for the year as of December 31st, 2021 of $482,032.16, bringing our unobligated fund balance to $1,873,300.44. Capital outlay. Beginning revenues was $324,793.66. Total deposit for the month was a negative $14,015.03, bringing the year-to-date total to $310,778.63. Our beginning expenditures was $53,681.15. Total expenditures for the month was $8,810.72, bringing our year-to-date total to $62,491.87, bringing our unobligated fund balance to, as of December 31st, to $248,286.76, bringing our unobligated fund balance to $778,411.76. The reason why we have a negative deposit amount for the month, we had to revert accounts receivable from the previous school years because the checks came in late. And when they come into the current school year, you had to do a journal entry and put it into the previous school year where I had posted as a receivable. So I had to reverse the deposit out of this year's books.
Okay.
Sean, did you have a question, Reverend Sykes?
No, I just said, okay.
Okay.
You went on
Sean,
and explained it for me, so I don't have a question now.
and those, and that did happen to two of our other funds as well, but it just did not put our deposits in the negative for the month.
Good.
Child nutrition, beginning revenue is $312,776.15. Total deposit for the month was $34,373.42, bringing our year-to-date total to $347,149.57. Our beginning expenditure was $300,847.72. Total expenditures for the month of December was $59,977, bringing year-to-date totals to $360,824.72, giving us a net result for the year as of December 31st at negative $13,675.15, bringing our unobligated fund balance to $261,421.85.
Ms. Campbell.
Yes, sir.
Is this state or federal that's behind again? I notice sometimes child nutrition, of course, we see that negative. So that's funds that they have not caught up on yet, correct?
With child nutrition, you know, November and December are always short months because of like November, we had 3 holidays and the kids was out of school. And then December, we was only in school for like 2 weeks. So their revenues are normally short during November and December months anyway. With Fund 8, we do have some revenues that anticipate coming in that we have not received those revenues in as of today. I did get some Cato checks in yesterday, and so they will show up on the January financial.
Okay.
But I
Good
have
deal.
anyone that have not been paid and I billed them, I have been sending communication, checking on the status of the reimbursements.
Good deal. Thank you.
You're welcome. And that's conclusion of the financial statements, unless there's additional questions.
Board members, do you have any questions for financial reports from December 2021, local expense fund 8, current expense fund 2, capital outlay, or our child nutrition? Any questions or comments? All right, hearing none, thank you so much. We'll move on to, well, Ms. Campbell, you can continue.
Okay. For the month of January, I have several amendments for approval from the board. I have state amendment 9 through 13, federal amendments 17 through 20, and local amendment, current expense amendment number 1. And I did want to go over that amendment, Reverend Sykes, if it is okay.
Yes, go right ahead.
Okay, that particular amendment, as you can see, was for the resignation agreement where I had shared with the board last month that I would have to use fund abundance there. After the budget had been completed and submitted for approval, we had one employee to go out on short-term disability. So I allocated money to cover that cost because it goes out of non-contributory benefits. And we didn't budget for that individual because we didn't know that it was going out.
Sure.
And the other one is where the board had approved at the special call meeting for the state legislative bonus of the $300 and for state paid, local paid teachers and federal paid teachers, and the $1,000 for the same staff member for teacher and instructional support that the state was not going to cover their salary. So that's why I am requesting approval to use $162,682.92 of fund balance to cover those expenditures.
Right.
Are there any additional questions in reference to the amendments?
11 sites.
Yes, is that Miss Kay Robinson?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go right ahead.
Ms. Campbell, federal amendment number 17.
Yes, ma'am.
We're decreasing the budget of $131,207.99.
Yes, ma'am.
It says for the 21st century community learning grant. That was a grant, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So we're giving it back.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Why?
I'm going to yield to Mrs. Austin to on that one, Mrs. Robinson.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good evening. That was the summer grant that we applied for. And as we stated throughout, we had limited time to spend the monies. That was the funding where we used, where we had the karate and the dance lessons. The students took trips with teachers, but it was very restricted. We had less than 3 months to basically implement the actual grant. So not only our district, but it was just almost impossible with the guidelines and the restrictions that we had to expend those funds.
Ms. Austin, my concern is this is we had 30,000+ last month, and now we're seeing 130,000 with the money that we're giving back, and I just it just breaks my heart that those funds were unable to be spent on the students of Weldon City Schools. And I remember when that you brought those items to us for the summer. If we had been told at that time that some of those funds were unbudgeted and the budget was not complete, I think that our principals would have been able to go in and spend $32,901 per school under the ramifications and the constraints of that grant.
Okay, the 21st century grant. Are we still, so of that grant, we did reach out to the principals at each school and we solicit them and basically myself as well as the superintendent was involved to offer after school programs throughout the end of the month, like that beginning month of the school year. We also reached out to the high schools to provide college tours. Mr. Pullen had stated that he was going to do some tours and do actual after school tutorials with students leading up to those tours. And we did not receive the documents or anything from either one of the principals to pursue that piece. It was stated that there was burnout from, the COVID, the summer, but it was offered to all of the principals.
Okay, let me, and I'm speaking on behalf of Kim right now. Kim, if this happens ever again, will you please let the board know so that we can make sure that these funds are not sent back and are expended on the children of Weldon City Schools? Because as a grant writer and a receiver of grants, I know that in years past, they will deduct funds from you if you send money back. And I know that we don't want that to happen as a board. I know that we don't. And I just feel very concerned. And if it's a principal issue, we need to have a conversation with our principals. We need to know that. Thank you for letting us know. And now we know where to look to when we're when they're asking for things, the answer could be no at this point because you already had some money and didn't use it. So I just want to say that we don't need to give money back, and principals need to know that if they're offered money, they need to give you the information, and you just need to give them the amount that they have and let them plan so that this will never happen again, because this is just heartbreaking to me. And I just think that we owe our children more than what we're doing right at this time.
Reverend Sykes, if I may speak, please.
Who is that?
Ms. Dameron.
Ms. Dameron, yes, go ahead.
And to Ms. Robinson's point, Ms. Robinson, I've set up a structure, and this is something I hope I can leave behind. I've set up a structure where the leadership in the district, which includes Ms. Austin, Ms. Campbell, and everybody, we talked about an issue such as this, that when we see monies available, then it needs to come to that leadership in the district, and we determine what is going to be done. Because what we also want to be careful of, if we've got funds to do what we want to do, we just don't need to go keep adding monies if we can cover our plans. So the idea of planning at the district to say, and I've seen grants come through my desk right now as your interim superintendent, and I'm saying, can we do this? Is this a resource that we need? Do we have something in place already that we're using for this? And looking at the start date and when it's got to be used. So I think if we continue on that path of bringing it to that leadership, then going to the principals and have them to commit to what it is that they're saying they're going to do, then I think you won't have this issue anymore. And so we're going to be watching it. The grant's going to have specific names of people. When the funds come, Ms. Austin is the kind of the keeper of the house, but the people that are overseeing those grants, we're going to have a frequent report on the status of the money sources, either monthly or however we think is best for us. And I think that'll help us not have this come up anymore, Ms. Robinson. So I do understand, and we've already kind of talked about it with the leadership, and we hope we won't have any of these to come forth.
I thank you, Ms. Darren, for your comments, because just looking at these line items right now, I can think of 5 things that we could have done this summer that we could have expended money with, such as programs bringing our new freshmen into the high schools, as our 4th, 5th graders going to the middle school, like new programs to let's let them know and wet their feet into high school and middle school off the top. So I just hope this will not happen again. It just breaks my heart, and it cannot be tolerated. And maybe bring some of your board members into to the table who are outside looking in, parents as well, and our teachers. They know what their needs are directly. Sometimes the principals may not be able to see it. Maybe the teachers need more input as well. Just a suggestion. Thank you.
And Ms. Dameron, and Ms. Austin, Mrs. Austin, I'm going to concur wholeheartedly, because last month we sent money back in the tune of $34,672. This month is you bringing before us between Amendment 16, Amendment 11, Amendment 9, Amendment 17, and Amendment 15. Well, Amendment 16 is federal. Amendment 15, 16, and 17 is federal, and Amendment 9 and 11 is state. This month, you're bringing before us, sending money back in the tune of $143,489.05. Now, with last month and this month, Weldon City Schools has sent back $178,161.05. This is a tier 1 county. This is a small school district. And when I look and see teacher assistant money that we sent back, $6,300, we could have used that money to incentivize our teacher assistants that we already have. Tutorial, $35,661.90. Field trips. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. This is totally unacceptable. And we, as you just said, Ms. K. Robinson, we have got to utilize every one of these dollars. I know we have ESSA money, but we cannot focus on using ESSA money and just throw the money away that we get year after year. I mean, we have our allotments. I believe it's allotment one, our state allotments. Some of them carry over, so we can start the next year because budgets aren't approved. And it doesn't make sense that we throwing this, and I hate to say it in this respect, but it seems to me like we're just throwing the money away. I mean, we're almost at $180,000 in 2 months. Are we gonna get some more grant money next month in an amendment that we got to send back? I mean, this doesn't make sense. There are plenty areas that we could be utilizing to assist our students, most importantly, and our staff. And we keep on talking about supporting our staff. And then when I get an amendment and see money where we could have supported our staff and we sending it back. And
Reverend Sykes.
Hold on.
I'm sorry.
one second.
Okay.
And furthermore, I do not want the community or staff or anybody looking at the board and say we're doing this. We're not in the office controlling those grant programs, but we do have to approve the amendments. And the only thing I'm asking is that we, or whoever it is, and I'm not saying you directly, Mrs. Austin, but wherever it needs to be, if these schools, if our principals, give them their budgets, let them know, look, you got $15,000, this is all you're gonna get. If that's what it is, you got to spend that money, and let it go in that respect. That's just one example. Go ahead, Mrs. Austin. Well, I think that was
It
you,
was
right?
me. It was Campbell.
Oh, Miss Campbell.
Yes,
I
sir.
apologize. Go
I
ahead.
just wanted to share with the board amendment number 9. That was a reversion from the state to cover the North Carolina virtual school allocation based on our ADM.
Okay.
Amendment number 11, I had spent that $42, but they took it back from me. So I had to void that check.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much for that.
Reverend Sykes.
Who was that? Was that Ms.
Bird
Hale or
Robinson.
Ms. Bird Robinson?
Bird
Go ahead, Ms.
Robinson.
Bird Robinson.
Another thing, just to kind of think about some of the things that was just shared about what we could have done for our students in the transition programs. And I know those are some of the things that we have had in the past when students are transitioning from one school to the other. I do know that we did have, I believe it was in August, but if it wasn't August, it was early September, there was some tutoring going on at the high school. I'm not sure if any of those funds were used for that or not.
I'm sorry. Those funds were very strictly, there were things that we just could not do based on the provisions of the grant. We tried because there were with items that the schools came up with, we were trying, and that's one where we were monitored throughout the grant. So there were things that we just could not do. And as you remember, during that process, we did try to, we had staff with the students. We provided the uniform. We did as much as we could in order to remain in compliance with the grant. The principals and everyone.
When you said that the principals were aware of the money that you had that they could use, were they given the guidelines as to what they could purchase? Because I'm just thinking about a situation, and this started, it was definitely earlier in the year last year. That was something out at the high school. They had requested some, can't remember exactly what it was, but I do know.
There was a request for sewing machines.
Okay.
Remember the sewing machines that the high school was requesting? And we were told we could not purchase the sewing machines out of those funds. So because it was basically when the grant monies came down, it was like May, we had to have like an immediate meeting We had to get it board approved. Once we got it approved in order to process through it, it was a quick turnaround. And yes, ma'am, the principals, we had leadership meetings and we shared the amount of monies that was left in the grant. We asked the principals to do, because of course we was looking at the loss of learning, that we could extend the 21st century program after school at each one of our schools. There was transportation that could be provided for students to go home. But the main response was just that they were overwhelmed, and it just did not, the principals had the information to take back to their school improvement teams in order to plan.
But you're saying that, since you brought that up, the sewing machines, that was nothing. I know that something came up before. It would have to be something that the community would have access to or could use. So you're saying that even though those would be items that the teacher would use to extend the learning of our students, you're still saying that those things could not be purchased out of those funds?
Yes, ma'am. That's what I have the document. I had reached out to the consultant in order to ensure, because knowing that we would be monitored. It was based on, it was a mini grant that we had applied for or accepted, and we did not have a regular 21st century program in our district, whereas those items would remain. So if there was certain equipment that if we purchased, later found out that's been a Title I school, the Title I schools could have possibly kept them, but it may not have been something that we could maintain in our district.
So what we probably need to do before we do grants is to look at, you know, if we are going to apply for this grant, just looking at it through the lens of, when we receive this grant, how can we benefit from it? And if we're not going to benefit from it and get the money in and can't use it for our students and our staff, then that may be something we need to look at prior to even applying.
That is exactly what I said in our meeting, Ms. Bird Robinson.
It is.
Yes.
If we can't use it, if we already know that I can't buy butter for this cooking class, we need to look at, you know, how will it benefit our students and staff?
And there were opportunities for staff members, because each staff member that worked the summer program were given budgets, but did not want to submit the actual paperwork, such as the 3 quotes, in order to follow through.
Well, then we need to look at that. If you're saying we have people that don't want to follow, to look at the thing, you said getting 3 quotes or whatever, then we need to look at what we're doing for summer and who's going to be in charge of our programs. Because I mean, I do agree that there are some things that, just say if you, the person, I just use butter as an example. Should we get 3 quotes for that? I mean, based on what you're saying, according to the grant, we would have to do that. But I mean, I guess we just need to look at just the whole picture, just to see if it's going to be something that will support our teachers, our staff, and our students and families.
I would agree 100%, because we have school improvement plans already. We know what's in those plans. And so we need to be going after monies that'll help promote that plan. And grants come with timelines. And so knowing our staff, I think, like I said, the process that we have in place is going to be awfully beneficial moving forward, that the committee at the district can kind of look at things first to say, here's $100,000 and it can be used for X, Y, and Z. Now we know if there's a need for that. That's the beauty of having 4 schools. We can look across the school improvement plans and see if any one of those 4 schools have that need. And if so, that principal is going to be brought to the table. Then we go after those resources. So, and I made the joke to say to them that, you know, all money sometimes might not be good money, especially if you get yourself in a predicament where you're going to have it, but you got restrictions and guidelines to go along with it. And we don't want to have to be returning any monies. So we want to avoid that. And we're just going to be looking at a much closer process of how it needs to be done.
Ms. Reverend Sites, if I could say one last thing, in looking
Yes,
at the
ma'am.
process for the 21st Century Grant, Ms. Austin, I would recommend if we get this grant again, that we give more responsibility to our coordinators and directors instead of our teachers. They should not have to teach all day and have to get bids and quotes for butter and vegetables. That should, the coordinators and the directors are making money enough and sitting in the office by telephone. Those are things that they can do administratively. So our teachers will not be bombarded with doing that at all. That's a strong suggestion. Thank you.
All right, any other questions?
One quick question, Ms. Campbell.
Yes, ma'am.
You said we had 9 through 13. Is it 9 through 13 or 9 through 12? For your
9 through
statement.
13.
Okay.
The 13 is where we are the physical agent for the RC, the regional consulting group. And they originally gave me $499, and I called the person over allotment to ask questions. And it was a typo on their part, said they had to do a quick allotment revision to give me the remainder of the money.
Gotcha. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions or comments?
Mr. Chair, I would like to say, as the chair of the Finance and HR committee for the board, I'd like for us to meet within the next couple of weeks if Ms. Dameron can help make that happen.
Yes, ma'am, I can.
Thank you so much.
And Ms. Kay Robinson, as the chairperson of that committee, of course, I serve ex officio with you. Ms. Dameron, if you would, between you and Ms. Kay Robinson, if we could coordinate a date, as she said, within the next couple of weeks, so we can have a meeting to start addressing some of these issues going forward, because it's going to be time to budget for our incoming school year very soon, and we need to get the bull by the horns as we're going forward to make sure that we are putting things in proper perspective.
Yes, sir. So that was you, Reverend Sykes, and Ms. Kay Robinson. Are those the only two members on that committee?
Well, I had asked that Ms. Jenkins serve on that committee, but she told me that she wanted to talk to me about that, and we've had a lot going on, and she's had different things going on. So right now it's just those two, and if we can work some other things out, it may be a third person.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. All right, we've talked about these amendments, so a motion is in order to approve the amendments.
I make a motion to approve the amendments.
Is there a second?
Second.
It has been motioned by Ms. Tiffany Hale and seconded by Ms. Burt Robinson that we approve the amendments that have been presented to us tonight. You've heard that motion. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of that motion, would you let it be known by your voice vote? Mrs. Harrison?
Yes.
Mrs. Burt Robinson?
Aye.
Ms. Hale?
Aye.
Mr. Williams?
Yes.
Ms. Kay Robinson?
Aye.
And O.D. Sykes, aye. Let the record reflect unanimous approval of the 6 board members present. All right, Ms. Dameron, we go to you now.
I sent to you all a packet this afternoon. The bid process ended for your audit, finance audit. We had 3 people, 3 businesses or companies to respond. So in your packet, you should have 2 bids, and you should have a letter from a person, a company that Martin Steins that says, thank you, but they respectfully decline to submit a proposal at this time. But you do have a proposal from RH Accountings, CPAs, PLLC, I'm sorry. And you have a bid from, let me turn my page. Let me, Miss Campbell, if you remember, can't get to my name.
Anderson, Smith, and White.
Yes.
That's
yes,
correct.
Yes. And if for a short read, I put it in packets because it was so much. You can go to the last page of their proposal and you can see what their prices, they propose their price. I think they come twice a year. Is that right, Ms. Campbell? Why it's the first section and the second section?
That's correct. They have to come in and do a compliance audit, and that's normally held between the month of April and May. And with the compliance audit, they do mostly the payroll, where they do a combination of both payroll and accounts payable. And then they come back in the fall once the school year is closed to do the final audit on everything.
Okay. So if you want to look for the price, look at this, the pack that says second section, and I think their final proposal prices on those back pages. Did you want me to share those amounts from the site so you?
I mean, that's up to you, board members. Do
we have to get a third bid, Ms. Stanley?
No, ma'am, we didn't have a third one. The letter that you see in your packet was from a third company, but they declined to send a proposal at this time.
And I worked with Mr. Malone, Ms. Kay Robinson, in reference to getting those bids out. And I believe we sent out emailed out over 10 companies, and he submitted me a recommendation list, and I can pull that in my email and share with the board the ones that we did send it to.
Thank you.
You're
welcome. Can you tell me what page for the White, what page the amount is on?
It is on, look in the section that says second section.
It's next to the last page.
Yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. I think the last page might be number 4. So in front of it says page 3.
That is correct.
And at the very bottom, it says fee quote. $29,000.
Attorney Ramey, quick question. Since we did receive 2 proposals and we did get a response from a third company, I guess just to answer that question, saying that they declined, will that suffice as the third entity, I guess?
Yes, and that actually, since this is a service, not a purchase of goods, I don't believe you have any formal bidding requirements. It is a good idea. It's prudent, good budgetary practice to solicit proposals. The board, it's clear that you've done a good faith effort to get, a number of submissions, but I don't think there's a public bidding issue here.
Okay, all right. Just wanted to make sure that we're clear.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, sir. All right. And you want to share the other amount from the, who is it? R&H CPAs, PLLC?
Yes. There is on the page 9 of 10 it's actually on page 10. They got a back page. So their final proposal fee would be $38,192.
Let me call our attention to something that I raised years ago when I first got on this board, and we're at this point now. Of course, it's much longer. Anderson, Smith, and White, PLLC, they have represented Weldon City Schools for over 10 years, and it's just good accounting practices that you switch CPAs just to, you know, balance everything out, because it's good for somebody to come behind and look at what has been done over the years. And I point out on page 4 of the document, the second proposal, or the second section of what Anderson, Smith, and White submitted. They felt it necessary to call attention at how long they have been serving our district, and said we have not increased this district's audit fee in over 10 years. And as I said before, it's just good accounting practices to switch auditors every 3 to 5 years, I think is what it said. And I know it may be a little bit more, but I think it's time for us to switch auditors, and I would recommend, or I will support having RH CPA PLLC as our auditors for this particular school year that's in question. That's my comment.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
as the chair of the finance, I concur with you. I think it's our fiduciary responsibility as board members and the oath that we have taken to make sure that everything is straight and everything is decent and in order with our books. And I think it's time to move forward to make sure that everything is right with the new audit company. I recommend RH CPAs PLLC as well. $38,192.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, Mr. Williams.
Okay, I I understand with the practice of moving forward and all of that. But Anderson has been with us a while. But in looking at it, there hasn't been a problem with them, with the service they provided. So I really don't foresee a need to change. If there have been some discrepancies or what was going on or how they did business, I think that would be one thing. But through the years, that hasn't happened. So my thoughts are to stay with the same company.
Yes, sir.
Reverend Sykes, if I just may add one more comment, we wouldn't know, Reverend Sykes, if there would be a problem, because we've only heard from one entity in over 10 years. And I would just like to see a different point of view, especially in light of giving almost $200,000 back in grant funds that we've seen in 2 months. I just think that we need to take a new look at our finances. And that's what I really support. I just think it's our responsibility to bring in someone new. In looking at the information that we receive from our current auditors, they currently render services to over 60 of school systems in North Carolina out of 115. That's more than half. And I just feel like it's time for someone else to corner that, not only corner that market, but receive some of our funds and make sure that we're on doing exactly everything that we should do. Sometimes we need a set of new eyes to look at it, to even catch mistakes.
Okay. Any other board member? Any other comments, questions? Okay, we've heard from 3 board members. Just want to take a minute to I think board members are still looking through the information, so we'll take about another minute. It looks like Ms. Harrison is still flipping through her information. Is that right, Ms. Harrison?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
I'm looking at mine also, Mr. Reverend Sykes.
Okay. I couldn't see you, Ms. Hale. Thank you for letting me know.
But while I am perusing, I would like to say that I do agree just to have a fresh look, just a fresh look at everything. And we have had them for over 10 years. And just to see if it's, like I said, a fresh look. So I'm gonna go along with what's the name of this company? Although it's a little bit more, but sometimes you have to pay for what you get, you know? So what is it, RH? I'm gonna go with them for this
Okay.
time.
Right?
Well, Reverend Sykes, I'm looking
Yep.
at it, and I know you all said we need a fresh look and everything, but I'm looking at the one that we're currently with. I'm with Mr. Williams. I just like to stay with the one that we're currently with.
Okay. All
And I
right,
will
we've heard from everybody except Mrs. Bird Robinson.
Mr. Chair, I would
Yes.
also like to add, as part of my argument, is it is best practice to change up auditors every 5 to 7 years, especially for nonprofit organizations.
Okay. Mrs. Bird Robinson. She's still with us?
It doesn't look like she's up here. She may have dropped out, but it doesn't show her as a participant currently. So she may need to reconnect, or I'm not sure what happened, but it's not showing her as a participant currently.
Okay, thank you for that, Mr. Redmond. Well, I hate that she dropped off. I hope she hadn't had any issues with technology, but maybe she'll come back on. But we're gonna have to keep it moving. So the 5 of us that are up here, we have spoken. So a motion is in order to move with one of them, the RH, CPA, or Anderson, Smith and White.
Mr. Chair, I hate to
Yes.
interrupt, but I do have one thing I want to ask, because this is
Sure.
a lot of information. I'm just looking over just basically the fee quote. Do both of the agencies offer, or does RH offer the same thing? Are they going to offer the same services as our current auditor? Is anything different?
Well, what I'm looking at where Anderson, Smith and White, just looking at page 3 on the second section, it says audit planning, compliance, risk assessment, field work, report preparation, review, and finalization. And then, of course, the costs are there. With our CPA, it says base audit includes personnel, cost, travel, and on-site financial statement, preparation. It has the base audit. And of course, it explains the $150 per hour. Both of them are at $150 an hour. It says this is extra audit services. I guess that's if needed. It's no cost there. And of course, the hourly rate for the partners is $150 with Anderson, Smith and White, $150 for the partners, $100 for the staff per hour, and $75 per hour clerical. I think that's speaking to the fact of if it's extra. I saw that as well, the additional budget cost. So looking at that, I can't really say that RH CPA is providing more or less. They almost coincide. What I'm looking at, on the last page, just a quick synopsis, I guess to say, of what we're looking at. They almost coincide.
Okay. I know that I did just say I was going to go with RH, but we just received these forms today. And so I would personally like to table this until our next meeting to choose what we're going to go with, to give us time to look over these papers carefully.
Okay. Let Ms. Dameron, Ms. Campbell, and I have no problem with doing that, Ms. Hale. I just want to make sure that we will not be putting our backs up against the wall, because we're scheduled to meet in February on the 17th. And Ms. Dameron, is that going to, or Ms. Campbell? I mean, I know earlier is better, but if we did take this until next meeting, will that put us in any type of quagmire, I guess to say?
Ms. Campbell can chime in, but I think there is some notification that has to go to the, help me, Ms. Campbell, what's the entity?
Once audit is approved, the auditors will submit a contract, and the contract has to go to LGC.
Yes.
LGC commissioners, the local government commissioners, for approval. It won't hinder by next month. It just means that the dates for the compliance and the annual audit would probably have to be pushed out if things don't come back in time for them to do it.
Okay. So I guess hearing that, what you just said, Ms. Campbell, in essence, it could be tabled until next month. I mean, it's kind of one of those 6 in one hand, half a dozen in the other, basically.
Correct.
What I heard you say.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
And it is a lot of documents. I mean, it's a lot of pages, and I understand that we just received it today, and everybody's trying to thumb through it real quick. I mean, it's several pages. I mean, we probably have 25 pages with one and probably 30 pages with the other. It is a lot of information. I will agree with you on that, Ms. Hale. It is a lot of information.
Reverend Sykes, if I could just denote this, I was going to anticipate a special call meeting in February before the regular scheduled meeting for some personnel approvals.
Okay, well, if we'll try to get that date set, and if we can do that, would you all be all right in just tabling this until we can maybe have a meeting earlier in February? Would you all be all right with that? Just to give everybody time to look through all of the documentation and actually, see what it is.
That works for me.
It works for
Sounds
me
good.
also.
Okay. All
Mr.
right. So
Chair, I move that we table the audit.
okay.
Second.
Was it a second?
Second. I
Okay.
said second.
All right. Thank you. It's
Audit
been
closed.
motioned. It's been motioned by Ms. Kay Robinson and seconded by Ms. Bird Robinson that we will table approval for auditor for tonight until our next board meeting. You've heard that motion. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor, would you let it be known by your voice vote? Ms. Harrison?
Yes.
O.D. Sykes, yes. Ms. Kay Robinson?
Aye.
Mr. Williams?
Yes.
Ms. Bird Robinson?
Aye.
And Ms. Hale?
Aye.
All right, let the record reflect unanimous approval on tabling that discussion until our next meeting. Thank you so much. So board members, please go through these packet. As I said before, I know we just got them today and we're trying to look at the back sheet for summation, but we didn't have time to go through them page by page. So please, sir, please, ma'am, let us take the opportunity to do that for our auditor selection. Thank you. All right, instructional report at this time.
Good evening, Board Chair, Vice Board
Good
Chair,
evening.
Board members, Interim Superintendent Dameron, Charge of Families and colleagues. Tonight's instructional report. So with testing and school accountability, these are current or upcoming testing dates. So we are in the process of the Read to Achieve middle of year benchmarks. The access for ELLs, that window opens on January 24th and it extends to March 11th. I think we have 3 students who will need to take that assessment. We have our district benchmarks. As a reminder, we have NC check-ins for the elementary and middle schools, and we have CASE for grades 9 through 12. Those dates are February 14th through the 18th. And then we have ACT work keys for the spring, and that begins February 22nd, and that window ends May 6th. Upcoming PD, we have our half day on February 10th. During that time, we will have our letters unit 1, part 1 session, and that will be facilitated by our Voyager presenter. We also have creating and maintaining a welcoming environment, and that will be conducted by Mrs. Austin and some of her partners. February 28th, 2022, from 8:30 to 11:30 a.m. That is a mandatory workday. We will have letters unit 1, part 2. Again, the presenters will be Voyager, and we will also have school-based sessions that are led by our school leadership teams.
Good evening. I just wanted to come and to give a technology update. Currently, we are working on the phone system or implementing the phone system. We began implementation around December 6th. That's where we had our first call with the company, and they kind of gave us some things that we needed to do. We received the equipment and basically start installing those phones across the district. Me and my counterpart, we worked over the Christmas break to try to get those phones into the classrooms. Also, we had to run cable. We also had to get some additional equipment in order to power these phones. Currently, right now, what we're doing, we're waiting for the phone port, and just a little bit of that. That's taking our numbers for each location and actually porting them over from the Department of from DIT, which is the state, and that's who our current phone contract is with, to Crescendo, who is the new vendor that we will be going to. I would say the expected time that we're definitely trying to work to get everything installed. We're trying to get the phones, hopefully they'll be ported over, the phone numbers will be ported over to the new company, and everything will be up and running by the 1st of February. Again, currently we have pretty much installed all the phones. I would say about 90%. Now, currently, we haven't put any at RVAC because we have to try to correlate with the college to see a potential we can get some ports. If not, then we have to go with another option. But we do have that equipment and it's just ready to be put in. To the right, really quickly, this is actually what the phone systems look like. One of them is actually powered up, and that's what that one looks like. The other one is one that we have in place that we're just waiting to plug in, and that is for the front desk. So, any questions?
The updates, the modifications they look real good, Mr. Redmond. I think we're gonna enjoy that.
I think so too. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Redmond.
All right.
Right? Do we have any other part to go along with that? Thank you, Ms. Martin, Mrs. Martin, for first part of the report. And thank you, Mr. Redmond, for your part of the report as well. Any questions for either one of them?
No.
All right, thank you so much. Moving on to G, the school health. Who is doing that? I don't have a name. Is that you, Ms. Dameron, or Mr.
It's gonna be
Miller?
Miss Dagnallen and
Okay.
Mr. Miller.
All right, thank you so much.
Good evening, everyone. Reverend Sykes, Vice Chair, Ms. Tanya Bird Robinson, members of the school board, Superintendent Dameron, and colleagues. I'd like to share with you updates on the school health. So I'm here to explain with Mr. Miller. We'll start off with updates on the ones that participate with the COVID testing program. And this is as of January 12th. So we had a total of 196, and Mr. Miller, I believe it rose to like 245 as of yesterday for the ones who participated in our COVID testing. With regard to the positive case, we have, when I made this PowerPoint, the available data was as of January 7th. The total was 11. As of today, Mr. Miller, would you like to chime on that?
Good evening, board.
Good evening.
Just to backtrack a little bit, just wanted to give you an exact number as far as the participation in the COVID-19 testing program. We have a total of 276 participants across the entire district. Staff is coming in at 100 participants and students are 176. And on to the positive cases. As of today, the total positive cases with staff has jumped up to 15 across the district, and the total positive cases for students has jumped up to 45 as of today across the entire district.
Question.
Sure.
This is probably for Mr. Redmond or Mr. Miller. Of course, you can answer this. Is there a slide that goes along with what you're sharing with us?
We just update the COVID-19 dashboard on the Weldon City Schools homepage. We try to limit it maybe once a week due to the jumping cases, because they're flowing in every which way, unfortunately, but it's also out of our control. So,
and the test, and Miss Bird Robinson, today was our testing day up until this afternoon, and this PowerPoint had already been submitted. So those numbers are different now. So, but this next dashboard, I think, is going to be a way for us to kind of keep it current and looking at that, and it not just be just our testing days.
And we will update this on tomorrow, like with the new data that we have had for the testing this afternoon. We will add that as well.
Okay.
I have a question. It's K.A. Robinson. Is there any way, and I don't know who can answer this, Is there any way that we can test on a different day other than Thursday? If a child comes to school from the weekend with COVID and you're not testing them until Thursday, they're spreading COVID Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday until they get tested. Is there any way that we can test on Monday or the first day of the week? Like last week, this week, it would have been Tuesday because we were out on Monday for Martin Luther King.
I agree with you, Miss K. Robinson, and I have kept in contact with the supervisor of our county as far as the Mako company, which is the company that we use for the testing program. And these are his words: due to staff shortage and rising cases, they were unable to fulfill their request with possibly moving a day to another day. Not 100% sure. They might be able to grant it now, but they also have other schools to attend to as well. And
yes, we reached out to them like sometime in first before the beginning of the school year this semester, and they have added just one school district to their list. But we will be reaching out to them again if the staffing has changed, so that we can, they can accommodate us for a different scheduling.
Okay.
Another concern I wanted to bring up is, even though we test on Thursdays, we have a set amount of time where we take the team to each school. The only slight issue, which of course our program works, is done fine with keeping track as far as COVID in the school system. But I'm just a bit worried with the middle school, because when we get to the middle school, those kids have been in class and staff have been in those classes the entire day and have exposed an X amount of people. So that's the only worry that I have. And even with the high school as well, they've spent their day, a half a day there, possibly exposing as many people as we don't know. But.
So are you saying that the test, to look for teams that everybody could do it in the mornings rather than having an afternoon testing time?
I definitely thought of that, and just having one individual at each school to swab the children or students or staff who are signed up the moment that first bell rings, right there at 8 o'clock. So that no exposure is even brought up. And even if there is exposure, it's only 15 minutes because we would catch it before then.
So can I ask you, Ms. Dagnall, let's meet briefly on that tomorrow. I'll send you an invite.
Yes,
Sure,
ma'am.
sure, we can do that. Yes, ma'am.
Sure. Okay, moving on, Mr. Redmond. So we move on to the review of the monthly face covering, and I am going to read that in the next slide. Next slide, Mr. Redmond. So all our K-12 staff, students and visitors are required to wear face coverings, face shield/mask at all indoor settings, unless a documented exception exists. Students will receive mask-free breaks during the instructional day in open air spaces with proper physical distancing between students. Individuals visiting any property belonging to Weldon City Schools or attending school events indoors are required to wear a face covering. All unvaccinated student athletes and coaches are required to wear face coverings while indoors, unless documentation of vaccination is provided to the coach or athletic director by the parent, guardian, or in the individual. Vaccinated student athletes and coaches have the option to wear a face covering while indoors. And so our dear board members, we would like for a board action for today. Option 1, either to continue the current policy, or option 2, amend our current policy.
Hey, board members, what is your pleasure?
Make a motion to continue this same policy.
Who was that? Was that Ms. Hale?
Yes.
Okay.
And I second.
All right. It has been motioned and properly seconded. Motion by Ms. Hale and seconded by Ms. Barrett Robinson to continue with the policy that is currently in place. You heard that motion. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor of that motion, would you let it be known by your voice vote? Mr. Williams?
Yes.
Ms. Kay Robinson?
Aye.
Ms. Bird Robinson?
Aye.
Ms. Hale?
Aye.
Ms. Harrison?
Yes.
And O.D. Sykes, no. Let the record reflect approval by a 5-1 vote. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right.
Reverend
Board
Sykes.
members, yes.
I would just like to say this before we move forward, that
Sure.
Halifax County was ranked #1 in COVID cases across the state of North Carolina last week. I do believe this week, the first week of January, we were #2. The third week of January, we were #1 over Wake County. And I think we've dropped down to #6 now because the other counties are so much larger than ours. But we have been #1 with our little bitty over 100,000 people, under 80,000 people. We've been #1 with COVID cases. And that's just very, very unacceptable. And so we just need to make sure that our children and our staff are safe. And people are now insisting that they wear N95s. Those cloth masks that we were giving out to our kids are no longer viable. They need to have N95 masks. So we will be getting some of those out, and I know there are some been ordered in the system, but if there are people in our community that need some, please reach out to your community partners. And I know that the Deltas will have some, and I do believe the AKAs as well, Ms. Campbell.
Yes, ma'am. I did share that information with our president, and she was going to look into it. Yes, ma'am. And Greater Georgia North also, I shared that information with the church, and they had already ordered some for the community as well.
Okay, I have 14 boxes sitting in my house right now of masks, so we will be getting those out to the community. And just contact me if you need an N95 mask.
Ms. Robinson, we have already distributed the order that I sent in for. They came in. We distributed the N95s to all of our staff. Every staff member in our district has been given the N95s this week.
Okay. Did you all get children masks as well?
Ma'am, I didn't hear that.
Did you get masks for children?
Yes, but the ones they sent us for children are just a small, they're not N95s, they're just a small blue.
The regular
blue face cover ones.
Okay, okay.
Is that the ones from DHHS?
Yes. And we have standing order. We are waiting for the next batch of the masks. But we did distribute. I think 12, the last time I asked Ms. Turner to order, I think 1,200 for the ones that I did for our department. I'm not sure about Ms. Dameron. How many did you order, Ms. Dameron?
It was 12, ours was 1,200 too. And so she said that she would combine them. They may not get shipped at the same time. So we are looking for another shipment.
Right.
Thank you all so much for getting on that and being proactive. I appreciate it.
And Ms. Robinson, also in addition to that, I think we received something from our church. I think it was passed on by, I want to say Tillery Chapel. They're doing like a drive-through or something where they're giving away masks and sanitizer and I think lunch.
Okay.
But it's one of the neighboring churches.
Okay.
I'll look and see so I can share the
Miss Kay Robinson.
Yes, sir.
You know I gotta mess with you. If you got 14 boxes of them things, you're gonna make you a hustle, ain't you? 5
No, you can't resell. You can't resell. I signed a statement. You can't resell the mask. All of the members of the Enfield Roanoke Rapids Alumni Chapter of Delta Sigma Theta will be passing them out and distributing them across Northampton and Halifax counties. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm not selling masks. No.
All right. Okay, I think everybody is good as far as a 2-minute break is concerned. Do y'all need 2-minute break to grab your bottle of water or something before we continue? Board members?
I'm good.
Good.
I'm good too, Ms. Harrison and Mr. Williams, because when my screen went out, I was drinking me a little lemonade.
Thank you, Ms. Dagnall and Mr. Miller.
You're welcome.
Thank you, and you guys
Thank
are very
you.
welcome.
All right. Have a good evening.
All right, you too. Thank you.
All right. All right, well, we're moving on then. Public forum, Ms. Dameron, do we have anyone for public forum?
We did have someone to sign up earlier, and we made the link available to her, but I don't know, it was Miss Brooks, Mr. Redmond. Do you see her on the link?
She's not on currently, no.
All right, well, Mr. Redmond, please keep a watch, and we do acknowledge that we did have Ms. Regina Brooks to sign up for public comment or public forum. Mr. Redmond, please be watching the waiting room, so if she comes in, we can backtrack and give her time to share her public comments. Of course, we did change our meeting to all virtual or entirely virtual because of the expected inclement weather. We did post notifications on our website and our doors of our central services of the noted change. And Superintendent Dameron did reach out to her via phone. I think they emailed her. Is that correct? Ms.
Yes.
Dameron?
Yes,
Okay.
and she actually spoke with Miss Leah and gave us that email address, so we did try to connect with her.
Okay, all right. Just wanted to make sure we had gone through every avenue possible to make sure by call or by email, just to make sure that we reached out to her. So if she should come on, we will go back with the public comment. Presently, want to move on to number 8, approval of consent items. Board members, I hope that you have looked at the items for consent, maintenance supplies, which faucets, field trips, wireless infrastructure renewal, and the fundraising request. Do we have any comments or questions on those items? Any comments or questions? If there are no comments or questions, I do want to speak to D very quickly. I did ask Ms. Dameron as far as the fundraiser was concerned. She did share with me that this is for fundraiser, I think it's donuts, and they were going to actually receive donations or sell tickets where they could actually go and get the donuts from, I don't know where it is, Krispy Kreme or somebody. Which
That's
one
correct.
is it?
Krispy Kreme.
Krispy Kreme. So that's the way they would handle that, and it wouldn't actually be, where donuts would be delivered to school and then trying to make sure that they got them to the individuals that actually purchased them. Just wanted to make sure we clarified that. Any other comments or questions?
Mr. Chair, I move we approve the consent agenda items.
All right.
Second.
Thank you so much. It has been motioned by Ms. Kay Robinson and seconded by Mrs. Donna Harrison that we approve our consent items as they are listed. You've heard that motion. Is it any further discussion on readiness? Hearing none, all in favor of that motion, would you let it be known by your voice vote? Ms. Kay Robinson?
Aye.
Mrs. Harrison?
Yes.
Mrs. Bird Robinson?
Aye.
Ms. Hale?
Aye.
Mr. Williams?
Yes.
O.D. Sykes, aye. Let the record reflect unanimous approval of the 6 board members or by the 6 board members present. All right, we're moving on to number 9, items for discussion. And we have Synovia Solutions, and I think Ms. Dameron, you're going to lead us in that conversation.
Yes, sir. Mr. Redmond, if you could pull that up, and I'm just going to review this briefly. I think it was back in October, if you all will remember, Ms. Devereaux brought to your attention and was seeking your approval on a solution that would be for the transportation department and the vehicles that they have. It has it's in this PowerPoint that she used, it talked about the benefits of it would be the real-time tracking of the district vehicles. And that is including our buses and or the cars that we have. Mapping, reporting, and alerting. I will say to you in reference to that, we had just finished back on December the 7th, the TIMS report for the state. And that was tedious work because we didn't have a solid way of being able to track the routes and the mapping of our buses. So when you see that third bullet integrates with TIM's routing system, this is going to be key of what we need to happen for our transportation. Turn by turn navigation for drivers with the mobile terminal. It's all inclusive. Mr. Turner, if you'll move, Mr. Redmond, if you'll move up to right there, that talks about here comes the bus. This will be very helpful. Is that the slide? Keep going, keep going. Well, that's not, there was a slide that she talks about. There is a app that, there it is. Here comes the bus. Parents can put this on their phones, or students, I'll say, can even put this on their phones, and it will tell them exactly where the bus is in terms of their stop. It would also notify parents in the afternoons when children are coming home. They'll be able to put this app on their phones and they can track where buses are. Right now, we've got a late bus. Miss Alston now sends out a message as quickly as she can to notify parents that a bus may be late, either morning or afternoon. This system will provide access to that information in the hands of the students and the parents. So I think you can go to the last slide, Mr. Redmond. I think when Mrs. Devereaux presented this was the information. I did call to verify that this quote that she had back in September, October was still good. The gentleman said, yes, it does. And it is including even the vehicles, I think, that you approved last month. It will be placed on those vehicles once we get them. So this is the price. I think Ms. Campbell had already agreed and found the funding from this from capital outlay as well. Isn't that right, Ms. Campbell?
Yes, ma'am, that is correct.
Okay. And if you'll go to the next piece of a document that I have on this slide, Mr. Redmond, one of the things that you asked her to go back and do was to find someone or some school systems that were using Synovia. And I reached out to the transportation department and Bert T, and they sent this telling us the benefits of why they were using it. And if you look at that third paragraph, time and attendance provided benefits such as documenting sign out, sign in of bus drivers. They say that it is, and it feeds right into payroll. So I think this one gave me some information. I think well, she can say this for herself when she logs on, but Miss Bird Robinson says that they use that program like that in Wake County as well. And she said, love it. So I am asking tonight with that review information, some action to proceed with purchasing, going into the agreement with Oh, and by the way, it was reviewed by Rob Malone. The company let me know that the recommendations that Attorney Malone gave them, they have made. And so the agreement has those recommendations, and I'm asking that we get approval to
You muted, Ms. Dameron.
I'm sorry. I said I was asking for, there is an agreement to be signed. It has already been reviewed by Attorney Malone. And so the adjustments that he requested that be made have been made. And so I'm asking tonight, with that review of the information from September, approval that we may enter into an agreement with Synovia Solutions for our transportation department.
All right. Any further discussion or questions for Ms. Dameron? Hearing none, a motion is in order.
I move that we move forward with the tracking system for our buses and vehicles, Synovia.
Second.
Motion has been moved and properly second that we approve Synovia Solutions as it has been presented to us by Ms. Dameron. It was motioned by Ms. K. Robinson and I think seconded by Mrs. Bird Robinson, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. You've heard the motion. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, let it be known by your voice vote. O.D. Sykes, aye. Mr. Williams?
Yes.
Ms. Bird Robinson?
Aye.
Ms. K. Robinson?
Aye.
Ms. Hale?
Aye.
Ms. Harrison?
Yes.
All right, let the record reflect unanimous approval of the 6 board members present for our meeting tonight. All right, moving on to B.
B is just a discussion. I was not here, but I understood from Mr. Pullen that you all have approved for a senior field trip to Florida. And the reason it's coming tonight is because we were wondering if they need to have some concern about COVID. I think they're getting ready to start collecting money from students. And we didn't want them to go through the trouble of doing that if there was going to be some concern. So you have approved the trip, but I think it was approved at a time when COVID was not the issue. And he just wants me to be assured from you all that they should proceed with making those necessary, because they're going to be, there's charter buses involved and all those kinds of things. And they want to make sure should they go on and proceed. I think the trip is scheduled for March, May,
April.
No, it has to be in April.
April. And I know that I think when he called me, he said that he was hearing the numbers in Florida at that time, but he didn't know whether there would be some concern by it being later on in April.
Mr. Chair, I do have a comment. That is a great concern for Florida, right?
Yeah.
But I guess my question would be, is there a contingency plan? And is there a refund policy with knowing what's going on in our world right now with the hotels and the buses? Do they have a contingency plan?
I don't know if Mr. Pullen is on. Do you see him, Mr. Redmond?
No, ma'am, he's not on.
Okay, but I will follow up, Ms. Robinson, and board to see what is their plan B in terms of the people that they would have to commit to sign up for buses, make hotels. What would be and at what point would they decide the cases are too high, they can't come? Yeah, I will discuss that, and then we'll come back with just a little bit more discussion on it.
If we can do that, then Ms. Dameron, and hopefully we can have a earlier meeting in February, and board, if you all are all right, we can actually have further discussion on that then, because we'll have an open session. And that'll give Ms. Dameron time to get the information that you're asking about, Ms. K. Robinson. Can we do that?
Good. Sounds good.
All right.
Yes, that's good.
All right. Thank y'all so much. All right, Ms. Dameron, we at C.
Okay. When I first got here, one of the things you gave us the charge to do was you have been operating on a salary schedule, I think that was approved in 2018. And so we went through and decided we could figure out how there were some places on the salary schedule that were not aligned with the state salary schedule. So now that the state had a contingency salary schedule out, but once the budget was approved, then they have come out with a salary schedule for this year. So what Mr. Redmond has, Mr. Redmond, if you could pull those links up, two things I want to just point out and what they have. And I will make notebooks for you all after you see what we're going to share with you tonight. And then we'll go from there. The first link that I have, no, not that one, Mr. Redmond, the other one, that one. The first link that you see there is 24 pages. The state salary schedule has 24 pages in it. And if you'll stroll up, it starts up with the certified teacher salary schedule. So that's never a discussion. So when we have teachers, we are paying them on that salary schedule. Because also remember, we don't have any teachers at this point that's on the restart salary schedule. So we're paying them based on what the state says they should be paid. You can keep going, Mr. Redmond. All right, so it goes from teachers and it talks about bachelor's, instructional support, master's degree, instructional support. All of these numbers again are set. To the very left, you see the years of experience. And then it even breaks it out to bachelor's degree, master's degree, doctorate, national board certification pay. And so these are numbers that was approved by the state of North Carolina. So for teachers, it's pretty cut and dry. Don't have to wonder about that. Unless we do something different with restart. All right, so move on up, Mr. Redmond. School counselor, you keep on going, that's fine, keep going. And then it breaks it out with a daily rate, so we know exactly how much they made per day. Keep going, that's fine. All of that's spelled out the same thing. I want to get to one about principal, right there. Okay, stop right there. So this is the assistant principal salary scale, and it breaks it out for them as well. Assistant principal, master's, advanced degree, and doctorate. Now, if a assistant principal was making more as a teacher, then we're going to pay them on that teacher rate. Because the scale, when you look at what a beginning assistant principal makes, $4,220 a month, they really may have been making more than that as a teacher when you look at the teacher salary scale. The state doesn't put a whole lot of raises in the administrative salary scales as salary prices, salaries, as you know, but the teachers, they did. So when we're deciding where to place somebody, if it's a person that was a teacher and they're going to be an AP, if they made more as a teacher, then we pay them on the teacher salary schedule rather than this assistant principal. Okay. All right. Keep going, Mr. Redmond. All right. Stop right there. We no longer pay principals based on their years of experience. Principals are paid based on the ADM in their buildings. So when you look at this scale, if a school has up to 200 students in their building, it does not matter if the principal had been a principal for 20 years. This is what the salary is going to be. It's going to be at B0 and then this amount of money, if you can see that. And it breaks it down from up to 200, 201 to 400. So all of our schools are falling somewhere in the B0 or B1 range based on our ADM. Okay. Mm-hmm. Now, if you look at this, the column that says base, that's the base salary. If the school met growth, then it goes to the next salary, which is called G. But you see the same student ranges. So if the school makes growth and they got about 200 kids, then the salary now goes from a $58.19 to a $6,400.92. And then if the school exceeds growth, then same 200 children, then the principal could make $6,982.83. So the message for our principals will be, if you want to raise from the state of North Carolina, you need to have your children making growth or exceeding growth. Because it does not matter how many years you're doing this, it's based on how many children you got in your building. Okay? All right, keep on going, Mr. Redmond. All right, this breaks it out with their daily rate. So they've already figured out what a principal's daily rate would be. Stop right there. This is your scale for your superintendents. And if you notice, superintendents 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, up to 25 students, they've gotten a special a salary allotment that they'll give you for a superintendent. Anything over this amount, you got to be covering that yourself. Okay? And so when I say yourself, that means from your local funds. All right, keep going, Mr. Redmond. Now stop right here. This is the one I want to share with you. So we've talked about teachers, we've talked about assistant principals, and we talked about principals, and you even have a scale for your superintendents. This scale is based on for central office administrative salaries, and that's including associate superintendent, assistant superintendents, directors, supervisors, coordinators, and finance officers. So you all decided before I got here, and I totally agree, that because Weldon was not large enough to have an assistant or an associate superintendent, you came up with the classification of executive director. So when you look at this scale, notice that it has maximum amounts. And the way we've defined these is that the school administrator 1, now even though it's saying school administrator, these are your central office employees. So school administrator 1 would be the coordinator level. School administrator 2 would be your director level, and could be school administrator 3, depending on what the experience they've got. School administrator 4 is going to be your executive director level. So there's a level 5, 6, and 7, but the maximum for the district and the scale that we're going to show you in a few minutes, we stopped at school administrator 4, saying that that would be the highest level in our district, but that's maximum. And so anywhere up to that amount for executive directors, anywhere up to that amount for directors and supervisors in 2 and 3, and then anywhere up to that amount for coordinators for school administrators 1. And those notes at the bottom for an earned master's degree, an earned doctorate degree or an advanced degree, then there's an additional 126 is per month for an appropriate advanced degree, the 253 per month for an appropriate advanced license and earned doctorate. And then the range maximum do not include those advanced numbers that I just read for those degrees. So we hired someone, for an example, we can use Dr. Carpenter. We've hired Dr. Carpenter as an executive director for curriculum instruction. She would be at the school administrator 4 level. And then because she has her doctorate, then we will be adding an additional 253 to her on the salary that we set. Okay. So any questions about the state salary schedule first? All right, hearing none. Mr. Redmond, if you keep moving. Now, stop right there. Next slide. Go one more. All right, stop right here. Here is the sheet that's in our paperwork and our booklet that tells us about substitutes. So if you're a sub, the minimum that a substitute can make is $81. The maximum that they can make is $161. Every 115 school districts in the state decides on that range for a non-certified sub. The certified sub, the minimum is 105, the maximum is 161. We currently pay $80 for non-certified subs and we pay $105, I think it is, for certified subs. Now, what I've been seeing happening, because substitutes have been so hard to find, districts have increased that. And they can go up to that 161 on either end. And that is a decision that is made by the local Board of Education. Okay, keep going, Mr. Redmond. Now, stop right here. So for those employees that we consider as our classified employees or non-certified employees, here is a salary grade. And if you'll see, the salary grades start with 50, and it has a minimum and it has a maximum. One category of people that the state tells us where to put them, I think this past year, was bus drivers. They said that the bus drivers had to be at a certain amount. The other caveat that the state came out with this budget and said, no employee should make less than $15 an hour. So it does not matter.
13, Ms.
I'm sorry, I done gave them a $2 raise. No employee should make less than $13 an hour. So it didn't matter which one of those scales they were in. If we did the hourly rate and they were making less than that, then we either have to increase their rates up to that and the minimum at 13, and then decide if they need to be on a different scale. All right, Matilda, you want to say anything about the special notes of your of your classified people, TAs? Didn't they specify which one of the grades the TAs had to be on?
Well, the state does pay grade 56. And the district in the past has been doing pay grade 54. And as we've been doing some of the calculations, we are finding that we do have some TAs that once we put in the 2.5%, they're not at the $13 per hour. And as I shared with Ms. Dameron, I think it would be a great idea to move them to the pay grade 56. And then that way we will be in compliance with the $13 an hour.
Right. So pay grade 56 for our TAs, because we will below that. And that means—
Ms. Dameron.
Yes, sir.
Question.
Yes.
If we're going, real quick, if we're going to move our TAs to pay grade 56, now is that pay grade 56 at the minimum or pay grade 56 at the maximum? Because it's about what is that? Roughly $1,200, a little better than $1,100 difference there.
Yes.
So,
and when I show you the next pages, we're going to show you how we're doing it, because theirs is based on years of experience.
Gotcha. All right.
All right. So this is the ranges that we're working with. Okay. All right. So next slide, Mr. Redmond.
And Ms. Dameron, as Mr. Redmond go on to that, and we have found we got child nutrition workers in the same category.
So when you look at the child nutrition, and this is recommended salary schedule for all 115 districts across the state. So you could call any of them, and people could be making more, people could be making less, but nobody can make less than these $13 amount. But take a look at the way this is broken up. Child nutrition assistant 1, you come in with no experience at all. First time in the cafeteria, you're going to be at pay grade 50. Child nutrition 2, the scale we're going to show you in a few minutes, it says if you have 1 to 5 years of experience, you're going to be at pay grade 52. Child nutrition 3, 6 to 10, 54. And then 10 plus, you're going to be at 55. That's for the assistants. Child nutrition managers, the same thing. Come in with no experience. And so the 1 to 5, 6 to 10, and then 11 to 15. I think we went as far as 30. I believe all the way down to 30 years of experience. That's how we're going to break that up. Okay. Slide up just a hair, Mr. Redmond. When you look at a child nutrition director 2, notice it says bachelor's degree. So we can have a director, child nutrition director 1, no degree there, and be at pay grade 61. Then we go to that pay and grade. But we got a child nutrition director 2, and she's got a bachelor's degree. She could be at level 3, or we could put her on that school administrator level, one of the one that we saw previously, because that person is certified. Make sense?
Yes,
All
yes.
right. And so if we got a child nutrition director too, and they've got an advanced degree, then we can place them on that school administrator salary schedule because they've got the advanced degrees to match that. All right. Keep going,
Okay.
Mr. Redmond. And they have each one of these sheets, and I won't go through all of them. This sheet is the proposed pay grades. For example, this one says, this is the exceptional children, curriculum support personnel. We got the exceptional children, parents, the therapists. It tells us all of the scale, the pay grades of where these people should be placed on the salary schedule. Keep going, Mr. Redmond. This is maintenance. Stop right there. Now, what's interesting about this is notice they've got categories. So, and you don't see anywhere up here general maintenance, because the goal usually is you want people coming into your districts with certifications in special areas. Well, welding is small. So probably maintenance for us, people could have skill sets, but the questions would be, do you have the certifications for those areas? And if you do, we need to be paying you as that. For an example, if we have a guy in our department, and this is a hypothetical, he could do carpentry work, he could do floor work, but he is a certified electrician. We need to be paying him at his certified area rather than just being a general maintenance, and he has the certifications to match that. Make sense?
Sure.
All right, keep going. Grounds. So we've looked at like carpenter, ground people. If you came in, no grounds, again, 1 year, no experience, you're at 56. Ground 2, 1 to 5, you're going to go to 58. So that's how we were. And the same thing with HVAC. If there's a certification, then we have justifiable reason to put you at a HVAC 2 versus a mechanic at 1 because of the certifications that you have. All right, keep going, Mr. Redmond. Same thing for, there's still maintenance. Look at all the different categories: locksmith, painters, keep going, refrigeration mechanics, and those certifications actually exist. So when we're going to meet with our people and encourage them to go and get these certifications for, and we can do some kind of incentive to try to help them get them. All right, keep going. Stop right there. All right, here's the one for office support personnel. Now, some of these we have, some of these we don't have. If someone is in an office and providing just the clerical support, that would be an office support 1. Office support 2, we start breaking out with saying, if they have a special area, and I will use my department as an example. Licensure is a special area. The person that serves in my department is a licensure specialist. So she would, she would come on a office support. Was it 3 or 4? Hold on, let me get my notes. So any office person that has a specialty area, they would come under a different category, not just the office 1, but we're going to base that on some experience for them as well. Now, I want you to look at the student information data manager 1. That is what our Power School, it used to be called SIMS, that keeps the Power School, the data positions there. If you go back to EC, there is an EC data manager. So the person in the office that supports getting the data and maintaining the office for the EC director would be fall underneath this. In technology, a technician 1, technician 2, that again, 3 comes with skills and certifications that they might have. Okay, keep going, Mr. Redmond. And this is the bus transportation. Bus drivers, pay grade 51B. And so we don't have is that safety assistance? Is that the monitors? I don't see you don't have monitors on yours. So they may be paid at the monitor level, and I think our EC buses have monitors. Transportation mechanics, it just breaks it down. Now notice that our transportation supervisor and a transportation director, they will be paid at the 67, but that's going to really depend on what kind of certifications they're coming with. A transportation director is not necessarily a licensed or degreed position. We really look for the experience there. So when we interview for that position, I'm looking for somebody that can come in with that background, having worked in a transportation department before. Okay, keep going, Mr. Redmond. And I think that might be the end of the state salary schedule. So are there any questions that I can ask about the state salary schedule? Now I'm gonna show you how we're applying it to Weldon City Schools. Any questions?
Let's see how we applying.
Okay, all right, Mr. Redmond, now if you'll pull up that other, there you go, okay. So when you look at, now we already know principals, school-based principals and teachers are all taken care of. This is your administrators that we've got in our building that the state is calling school administrators, but they're talking central office. So a school administrator one, anybody that we deem is a coordinator, and these areas working with that professional development coordinator, we will put them in school administrator one. Anybody that is a director, and for us, that would be CTE, transportation, and maintenance with a degree would be in school administration two. If you are a director, depending on years of experience again, child nutrition two with a degree, federal programs director, exceptional children director, and we're going to have a student services director, technology director, finance director would be a school administrator three. And then your executive directors will be school administrator fours. So you'll have executive director of operations, executive director of human resources, and executive director for CNI. And these executive directors will have these directors and or coordinators under them to monitor and supervise. For an example, I would, as an executive director of human resources, technology would fall under me. Maintenance now falls under me. So those directors will report to me and I'm monitoring their work, their performance, and giving them an evaluation at the end of the year. So let me just ask with the, Thomas, go up one more slide and let me see first before I leave this one. Yeah, go stay on this one. So are there any questions about how we've used that school administrator salary scale from the state and place people in the scale for Weldon City Schools? Because this page right here starts with the Weldon City Schools information.
I don't have any questions.
Okay.
Ms. Dameron, I do have a question.
Yes.
The maintenance and child nutrition.
Yes.
You said with a degree. What about if they don't have a degree? Do they fall down a step or?
No, if they don't have a degree, then we're going to go to the pay grade scale.
Okay.
So we're going to put them on that pay grade with the minimum and the maximum with their years of experience.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Okay. Any other questions? Now, if you all start growing large numbers, then I think that I would recommend is when you start looking at that school administrator 5 level or 6 level. But right now, based on your ADM and the just your financial status that you have right now, I think the school administrator 4 is sufficient for what we are trying to do in Weldon City Schools. Okay, next one, Mr. Redmond. Now let me explain this. And here's where we got the years of experience on how we break this down. So we've already said that if you are a coordinator or the professional development coordinator, which I've got that position is up here, and some directors, depending on where they are. We started with years of experience because these would be positions that you would be advertising for, and you wouldn't want anybody that had less than 5 years experience in those roles. So we didn't start a salary schedule with a 0. We started it with year 6. And if you look, it's got the first A is your bachelor's degree. The B is the master's degree. I'm going backwards.
No, that's just the grade and step. The
Okay.
first column is for your coordinators and then your directors.
Gotcha,
and
I
then
got it right.
directors.
You're right. So these will be your coordinator level. So we look at your years of experience. This is your first year being a coordinator. Here is where the experience that you bring, you will be in that salary, that school administrator 1 level. So these years to the left, 6 through 16, and I think the next page, it goes all the way down to 30. And so that's just our grade and step for Weldon City Schools now. We got that A just represent our step, and then these will be the salaries. Now, where do we get those numbers? From that range, that salary scale, we started it. So if you look at that 39, 37, that was the minimum. And if you'll slide that all the way up, Thomas, and go to the very bottom, you should go back. You'll see the last number on this scale to be that maximum amount that was shown on the state salary scale. And we've worked it so that there is an incremental increase. So every year that people are working, unless the state freezes people on the salary scale, which they did some years ago, and they stayed there for several years, then the people could expect an increase in their salary every year because they got another step. They got another step. They got another step. Okay. And then the middle section, of course, would be your directors with 6 years. That's starting with their administrator 2s, and then directors, depending on their experience, that would be your 3rd column, administrator 3. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, keep going, Mr. Redmond. And see, this is just the numbers going up the scale. Now, here's this other category that we put everybody else on. Your executive directors. So you have an executive director for operations, human resources, and curriculum instruction. So in Ms. Carpenter's case, we looked at her years of experience. We looked at where she would fall with her doctorate degree. And that's how we determined in that administrator 4 level, the very last column. We found her years of experience, and that's where we failed to quote what her salary would be once we have recruited her. Keep going. Oh, and then so wait a minute, Mr. Raven, go back. So when we're interviewing for your HR, executive director for human resources, this is where our numbers are coming from. When I put it on a posting, this is what this position pays. And I'm adamant about putting it on your posting. So if somebody's looking for a $200,000 salary, and we're only saying this is what we pay, there are very few salaries in a district that are negotiated. Sometimes principal salaries are negotiated if you're bringing in an experienced principal, because we've already said the state's telling you what they will make. So anything else you negotiate will have to come from your fund balance. Same thing for any of these other categories. If you hired me as your HR director and my salary was going to be $10,000 a month, you've got an amount that you can carry for that administrator 4 level. That means you're going to have to come up with the rest of the money from your fund balance. Okay. All right. Keep going, Mr. Redmond. All right. Stop right there. So when you look at our people in Weldon, here is where we've placed people. And so this is a part that you will be approving as well. So when we look at pay grade 50, we got custodian 1s, we got child nutrition assistant 1s, and we got maintenance 1. When we looked at our child nutrition custodians 2, here is our 1 to 5 years of experience. They will be a 51. But let's follow custodians all the way across. So then if we get to child nutrition, lead custodians, they're under pay grade 52. Thomas, can you make it just a little bigger? Okay, right there. All right. So if you look at child nutrition, it starts out with pay grade 52, 1 to 5, but 54, 55, 56, 57 all has ways for child nutrition people with their years of experience to grow on their salary schedule. And to Ms. Hale's question, when you look at child nutrition manager, no degree, here is the scale that we would put them on. Now, I want you to take a look. So you see child nutrition, look at pay grade 55, administrative assistant, office 1. That's the support 1 from the state salary schedule. The central office reception, you don't pay one of those now, but if you had to hire your own, that's where they would fall. If you look at grounds 1, teacher assistants, we're recommending they go to pay grade 56 now. Child nutrition office assistant, and that's a general role because I think they don't have a special, their role is to support our child nutrition director with any and all things that she has to do, okay? But then when we go to child nutrition, when you look at the grounds, the same thing in 58, that's for groundkeeper 2, child nutrition manager 6, that's 15 plus years of experience. Now, here is a change that we want to point out to you because we made this change in the last few days based on the applicants that we were able to get for our positions for bookkeepers. Now, one of the recommendations you all approved last month for us to create a bookkeeper, secretary, or office support for every school because they were needing people to man their front offices. So what we did was, if they're at a middle school, high school secretary, I think we moved them to a 60, help me, Matilda, with my notes.
62.
62.
They need to come off of that 59.
We applied, everybody that we interviewed, their salaries were already way past what we were paying them. So we're recommending to move our middle school, high school, to a 62 rather than a 59. If someone is a facilitator in the school, and that's a role that you've had in the past, so we felt like we had some facilitators that we made sure that they were on the scale at pay grade 59. Charger Center of Learning Assistant, that's the same thing as an ISS. Then they at a pay grade 59. Now, when you look at the bookkeeper for the elementary school, we said that they were not dealing with after-hour events and paying and collecting as much money. So the elementary school secretary and treasurer was at pay grade 61. High school and middle was at 62. Any questions about that?
Ms. Cameron.
Yes.
Kim Robinson. Are we supposed to have what you're reading from now that you created for Weldon?
It's well, yes, I think it was one of your attachments on the board thing. Did she not put it in your packet of stuff?
No, I don't have it in mine.
Okay, it's in Assembly, so it was one of those attachments. Did she copy your attachments from Assembly?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll get it to you, Miss Robinson. I sure will.
Thank you.
All right. I'll move up one more page, Mr. Redmond. And this, if you look at this one, here are those areas I told you that we had specialty areas. A budget specialty, that is a specific role and responsibility. EC data manager, that is specific CCAS that the EC support person has to oversee. Data manager for Power School, that's a specific role. That's not everybody's doing that. That's specified for her roles and responsibility. Licensure specialist, specific role, work with teacher licenses. Payroll benefit specialist, technology tech 1, child nutrition director with the director 2 with the 6 to 11 years of experience falls under this category. And then of course, we didn't have anybody that we put in 65, 66, or 67, but a technology 2 tech, child nutrition director 3, and the maintenance supervisor 3 is where we place the people. And these are our current people that we placed on this salary schedule right now. Okay, that's it, Mr. Redmond, I think. So the pages that were after the state salary schedule is what we're recommending becomes the Weldon City Schools salary schedule. Like I said, the last time that your board approved one, I think it was 2018. And now you can see where these numbers and the one we have now are coming directly in line with what's on the state salary schedule. So if I can entertain any questions or anything you want me to go back and research about this, we will be asking for an approval.
Any questions, board members?
I have a comment. I just like to say to Ms. Dameron and Ms. Campbell, thank you. I know this is not a small task. It takes some time and some specialty to look at this and put it where it belongs. But it's where when I first got on the board, that was one of the things I asked about, and I appreciate seeing it coming to fruition. And I know our faculty, our staff, and our other employees will be very pleased to see it come to fruition.
And I will say this too, as people are placed on this and we look at what they're currently making, if they're making more right now, we're not going to let them make less. So I told Ms. Campbell, we'll kind of star those people and we don't want anybody to make less money. But I think it'll be much easier for my predecessor, Ms. Campbell's predecessor, Ms. Boyd's predecessor, anybody that's coming in after us to be able to say, we've hired Mr. Neil Ramey, and he's coming in, and here's where he should go on the salary schedule. Now, the only thing that would alter this, if the state does something different, then we've got to go back and we'll amend ours. But right now, they are aligned so that you can see how we use those numbers and put people on a scale.
And to add to that, Ms. Dameron, Reverend Sykes, if I may, it will also bring us in compliance with the $13 per hour. It will help us with that factor as well to make sure that everybody is being paid according to what the state said we're supposed to pay them per hour.
And we do have a few employees that we've got to make some adjustments to get them to that $13 an hour.
Ms. Dameron, I would offer this, just a quick comment. In looking at what you all were talking about with substitutes, I think we need to raise that from that $80, because we're already behind. The state says 81. If they're non-certified, I would like to see, that probably go up to $100 a day and, minimum. And the certified, maybe 125, because y'all are saying substitute, are so hard to, find, so hard to come by, or even if they're certified, 130, 125, 130. I think if we do that, that would certainly entice individuals to be willing to serve as substitutes when needed, because, we're not at the bottom. I would much rather come for $100 a day than 80.
I agree with that. I do have a question on Reverend Sykes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Ms. Campbell, when you look at bringing everybody up or leaving them where they are, how much money, what's the dollar amount of that?
Ms. Robinson, I hadn't got that far yet.
Right.
I haven't got that far yet because I've been trying to focus on, because the state is requiring that we do the retroactive pay. And we have to do that as a bonus. So I talked to Ms. Dameron and we agreed that we're going to try to get that done by February the 1st. And when she shared that she was bringing this to the board, so if the board approved this effective January 1, that's going to make me do some more changes with that. I don't know what the impact would be, but once I do get a final number, I would definitely share that information.
And can you let us know where it will be coming from?
Okay, because we do know if whatever funds they're paid out of now, those funds have to cover that cost. So if they're paid out of child nutrition, as I shared with Ms. Garner today, and I mentioned it to her that about her 3 people, we have to turn around and look at her budget to see if her budget is sustainable now to cover this increase. If not, we have to look and see where and if she's able to increase some of her revenues to balance that budget off. If they're paid out of Title I funds, Title I has to cover that additional cost for those individual. Restart has to cover Restart. So wherever they're currently paid out of, that's what covers those funds. So when you're talking about local dollars, most times now you're only talking about maybe a few teacher assistants, because teachers is already placed where they're supposed to be placed on the salary scale. So if you're talking about teacher assistants, and I don't think we have any teacher assistant paid out of local unless they're paid out of CADA funds. So I just have to make sure there's enough to cover that in the CADA allotment.
Okay. When you create your report, can you still just let us know where they're being paid for?
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
When you
ma'am.
present it to us, and
Mhm.
maybe we could approve it at that earlier meeting, that special call meeting
Okay.
in February, so that you can go on and get it,
Okay, because I'm gonna try to sit down with Ms. Dameron and do case by case, individual by individual, and I put, where their grade is now and where to be moved to. So I'm gonna sit with her because that's not something I want to do on my own.
Okay, thank you so very. Thank you all
welcome.
both very, very much.
You're
I
welcome.
really appreciate that.
Reverend
And the
Sykes, can
only
you
other
give me those
comment-
numbers again? I'm sorry. You say what was the non-certified for subs?
I was suggesting $100. Then it would be from 100 up to 161, correct?
Correct.
And I was saying the certified, I don't know, I just throw a crazy number out there, say $127 minimum to the 161, depending upon, their experience as you were saying.
Okay. All right. I didn't catch the numbers. That's what I need to know.
Yeah, I think that would be fair.
Okay.
That's just me. Any other comment or question? Oh, and the only other comment, I think I heard Ms. Campbell say it, but I just want to reaffirm it. If we approve this tonight, I would hope that we board members, that we would make this effective January 1, 2022. So, I know the month has started, but to make sure that the people that are working for our district, our employees, that they actually, benefit from this and not have to wait until February 1.
So Ms. Campbell and Ms. Dameron, those funds that we're talking about, they have to be out by the end of January?
The ones that has to be out by the end of January, we have done the bulk of them. We did them on January the 14th. It was the principal bonus. It was the one-time bonus for all in staff employees where they either got $1,000 or they got $1,500. If they make over $75,000, they only got $1,000. And we did the bonus. We did we haven't done the $300 bonus, or we haven't done the $1,000 for COVID. We're going to try to get that done at the end of the month. We had to wait for the COVID. That went through ESSER 3, and it's a federal grant. So the budget has been approved, but they have not dropped the money. But I did talk to allotments today because I told her I had a cutoff to request federal money. She assured me that the money should be coming down next week. So I told Ms. Board today that we'll run that on Monday. So, and then we did find out we had 2 teachers that was eligible for the CTE bonus. So all of those had to be done by January 31st. So we're meeting that deadline. You're on mute.
Right. So the principal's bonus, I know you just said that one was, if you made over 75, there was $1,000 given. What about the principal bonus?
The principals had to be employed by January the 1st. So their bonuses were $1,800.
Okay. And they already have those. They've already received.
Yes, we've done that one. And with the $1,000 or the $1,500, they had to be employed with Wellington City School on December the 1st. If they came, I think we had one teacher that came from another school system. So that school system had to pay her either the $1,000 or the $1,500.
All right. Any other question?
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I'm going back to the substitute teachers because there is a shortage across the entire state. And with our certified substitutes, I agree with both of them to increase the wages for both of them. But the certified substitutes, that's a bonus for us because those individuals, most of them have retired from teaching and they have the experience with dealing with the kids. And it's just a lot going on. I think that they should get more than you suggested, 127, I believe. I'm going to suggest a little bit more for
Sure, go right ahead.
for the certified substitutes. And that's just to kind of like entice them to bring them out, you know, because a lot of them like, well, I'm done, I'm through, I'm retired, I'm through, you know, something to get them back in the classroom because we need more certified individuals in the classroom working with our kids versus someone that just, you know, have the effective teacher training. So I'm going to suggest that we pay them a little bit more than, I think you said 127.
Yes, that was my number. That was the minimum number. It was a range from 127 to 161. So I think if you want to increase the minimum, you can do that. But what I was looking at, if somebody, you know, came and they were certified or whatnot, you know, if you had that range, then Ms. Dameron or the superintendent, you know, whoever could say, all right, well, we can max it out to 161, or, you know, that's what I was understanding her to say.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yes,
if I'm
if
wrong,
they came in, no, that's correct. If we had a certified sub and they had a track record of high performance and had some data to go along with that, then yes, I could see moving it to that 161. But if this was just a teacher that came out not real successful, but had some knowledge and skill about instruction, we want to pay them on the lower end.
And we don't want to run into the situation where we're paying our subs more than and I'm all for subs, and I know we have to have them. It's a shortage across the state. But we need to look at our certified teachers because we may have first and second year teachers that's not making quite what you're saying, the number that has been thrown out there. So, but I'm about getting them up, you know, getting their pay up when they come in and stuff for us.
But I wasn't saying go to the maximum. I'm just saying just a little bit more than 127, something to entice them to come to our district to help out with our teacher shortage. Because a lot of our teachers, these schools are being hit hard, and these teachers are working extra hard in the classroom trying to bring our students up to par.
Well, I will share with you the daily rate of a teacher, just a regular bachelor's degree, is $164.93.
So
point taken, Ms. Bird Robinson.
Absolutely.
Right.
So again, if a certified sub, if it's at 127 the minimum, I mean, that still gives some wiggle room. You can raise it up, as you said, Ms. Dameron, to the 161 if that person has a track record and some experience. And if it's not quite as good as somebody else, but their experience, I mean, it doesn't have to be 127. That's just a range. I mean, you could still say 135, or, you know, to get them in there.
And a current license. They kept their current license current.
Right.
A lot of retired people don't choose to keep their license current, and we don't require that they go to effective teacher training. If they have a license, they don't have to go to effective teacher training. But if they don't have a license, then yes, we do require that because we think they need some knowledge and background on you know, recent stuff with working with children now.
Right.
But that's what I was saying. I wasn't saying to go to 161 to the maximum. I was just saying just a little bit more. But 127, if that's the desired board, then I'm fine with that, as long as they're getting a little bit more for both non-certified and certified.
And we're saying the same thing, Ms. Hale. I was just saying 127 would be the minimum, but when they come in, it doesn't mean that it's going to be at the 127. I mean, it could easily, very easily be more than that, unless you just want to raise the minimum.
I'm fine with it.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I move that we accept the new salary schedule as presented and amended.
Second.
Effective January 1?
Effective January 1st, 2022.
All right. Do you accept that second, Ms. Harrison?
Yes, I do.
Okay, I'm saying the addition of that with your second. Okay, thank you so much. It has been motioned and properly second that we accept the salary scale with the noted changes that have been shared by the board. You've heard that motion. Is there any unreadiness or further discussion?
Question.
Yes.
So what is our final thing with the substitutes? We're just saying that, I just want to be real clear. So if they are certified, kept their certification, then we would do the higher end. But if our sub is not certified and don't have a license, we're gonna do what number?
Well, I think licensed, not certified, non-certified, the minimum now is 100. That replaced
Right.
that 80. And we require them to go take, and we even pay for the effective teacher training. We reimburse them for the effective teacher training. And that's what, $70 in it, Ms. Hale?
Yes.
All right, so that's $100 for the non-certified. But if it's a non-certified that has, because see, sometimes long-term subs make growth and show increase in performance as well. Then we've got a range to kind of pay them on. And I hear what you're asking, but I think it's going to be a case-by-case basis on where we put people. So it's not going to be as easy as to say, if you're non-certified, you're going to make this amount. I think we got a minimum and then we got a maximum. But there's that room in between based on what they're bringing to the table, so to speak.
So the minimum for non-certified would be 100 and can go up to 161.
Yes.
And the minimum for certified will be 127 and can go up to 161.
And you approve substitutes. So when they come to you for approval, we could make a recommendation on what salary range to offer them and why.
Okay.
Right.
So that would be on a scale as well.
Yes.
Okay.
We all clear?
Yes. Are you going to present us with the scale, Ms. Dameron?
I will.
Okay.
I will. Ms. Campbell and I will take that charge on and develop one. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Right. All right, back to the question. Any further discussion on readiness? All right, hearing none, all in favor of the motion, would you let it be known by your voice vote? O.D. Sykes, aye. Ms. K. Robinson?
Aye.
Ms. Bird Robinson?
Aye.
Ms. Hale?
Aye.
Ms. Harrison?
Yes.
Mr. Williams?
Yes.
All right, let the record reflect unanimous approval of the salary scale, and it takes effect, was retroactive to January 1, 2022. Thank you all so much. All right, at this time, we will recess our open session back to closed session, and then we will come back and complete number 11, number 12, and number 13. Thank you so much, board members. Let us go back to our closed session link, and we hope to be back in not too long.
I'm going to say good night to everyone, and please be safe on the road.
Good night, and thank you so much.
Good night, Ms.
Good night, Ms.
Campbell.
Campbell.
Thank
You're
you.
welcome. Good night.
Good
Thank
night.
you.
Good night, everyone who's leaving.
All right.
Do we leave also?
Yes, we go back to the closed session link.
Okay. Good
Bear
night,
with us, Mr. Redmond.
I'm still here with you. I'm here.
All right. Thank you, sir.
All right now.
Bear with us.
All right now.
All right, I'm in.
All right, Mr. Williams, I just got in. Ms. K. Robinson, you on? Ms.
Yes, sir.
Burt Robinson, Ms. Harrison.
Yes, I'm on.
All right. All right, thank you so much. We have adjourned our closed session. Now we entertain a motion to approve action from closed session.
I move that we approve the actions from closed session.
Second.
Motion has been moved and properly second that we approve the action from closed session. And if I can be more specific, personnel recommendations that were submitted by Superintendent Dameron. You've heard that motion that was moved by Ms. K. Robinson and seconded by Mrs. Donna Harrison. Heard that motion? Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of that motion, would you let it be known by your voice vote? Ms. K. Robinson?
Aye.
Mr. Williams?
Yes.
Ms. Harrison?
Yes.
Ms. Hale?
Aye.
Ms. Bird Robinson?
Aye.
And O.D. Sykes, aye. Let the record reflect unanimous approval of the personnel recommendations from closed session. All right. Thank you so much. Now we're at number 12, board comments. Do we have any comments from board members?
Ms. Dameron, I have a question. Are our principals invited to the Zoom link, or do they have to get on the YouTube?
No, they get on the Zoom link.
So we had no principals invited on tonight?
Thomas, can you answer that for me? I can't see the people.
Currently, we did not have any principals up there this evening, but they are also invited to the Zoom link anytime we do any type of virtual meeting.
Okay. Thank you.
Right.
I know it's late and I did have some questions that I was advised to discuss in open session. But I would defer them because it's late and it'll be over by next month anyway.
All right. Any other comment? Okay, board members, please, if you would, check your calendars for February the 1st, 2nd, or 3rd. Want to reach out to Ms. Dameron, letting you all know now. If you all don't mind communicating with me and Ms. Dameron to let us know your availability of a possible special call meeting with a closed session and an open session on one of those 3 days. We'll see which way we can maneuver that, and we'll get our announcement out about this special call meeting with a closed session and an open session for February 1st, 2nd, or 3rd. If you all could do that for us, we'd be most appreciative. All right, with that being said, there's nothing else for tonight. Motion is in order to adjourn.
Make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Been motioned by Ms. Hale and seconded by Mrs. Harrison that we adjourn our meeting for tonight. You heard that motion. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, let it be known by your voice vote. O.D. Sykes, aye. Ms. Bird Robinson? Ms. K. Robinson?
Aye.
Ms. Hale?
Aye.
Aye.
Ms. Bird Robinson, aye. Mr. Williams?
Yes.
And Ms. Harrison?
Yes.
All right, let the record reflect unanimous approval to adjourn. Everybody have a good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.